So I want you all to have backup characters ready because after. We're live. Okay.
As long as I can take Perrin with me, because I don't have to breathe, so I'm gonna jump off the ship and just take him just to the bottom.
Just
the briny depths.
The only survivor.
Maybe live,
Pietro.
but we don't have the good mic.
Welcome everybody to Ascension. We are on episode 12 now. I figured out how I could still make it happen.
Episode 12.
Silver. I'm excited.
The end. Episode 12.
Did you see the Pietro
end.
art in the stream starting? For those of you who are watching.
We just do Babylonian counting. Babylonian counting. I think 12 is just a thumbs up, basically.
Yeah, because it's the 10, right? Because the base 12.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. 12. Episode 12. When we do episode 24, we can do that. Ben has to remember that 12
That's not how that works. This would be 24.
What's that then?
That's nothing because this hand is used for the individual digits.
Oh. This is 12 and 12. 12, 12? Season 12, episode 12. There we go. Anyway.
What if you just really agree? You're like, hey, and they're like 24 what?
12!
Yeah, right.
Right, anyway. Hi, welcome to Roll For It. We favorite YouTube streamers get together to play some lovely tabletop RPGs. And of course, playing Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition Ascension today. And of course, we have our lovely guest, Lauren, back for some more Temper action, considering Temper was ridiculous last session. And Maggie demanded she do a test roll before the session to convince me that Temper is just always like that. And this is 22. So, Temper is just always like that. That's just how Temper is.
They're just going to carry
OP.
us.
Please no. Temper from now on has to roll a d6 instead of a d20 for everything.
No, I'm fine with her being fantastic at everything because we are not. So we need somebody there.
You say that, Mr. Direwolf, jump over some guys, land, swing a sword, kill a guy from behind, look badass.
I mean, statistically speaking, after by that point 11 episodes, I was due to do something dope. I'm just glad it arrived at a...
That was an epic scene, though, dude.
Yeah, that was really
dope. When you were like, I want to shift back into my human form. I was like, oh my god, yes!
Okay. Anyway, right, we're gonna get into the things and all the announcements. Okay. Firstly, I think we'll start with the one middle of the list before Bentham edits it. There is a Mageg one-shot. Mageg one-shot number 5. I believe that's
it doesn't say Mageg, it says Mage. Is Mage. We're playing Mage. I did on purpose.
Meg one shot this Saturday because unfortunately we had the maths away. So I was at VTM. We're playing Mageg, Mage, which is going to be
Mageg. That's not what it says.
Meg. Okay, we'll play Meg. With a continuation, pretty much straight off from last episode, considering what happened. Bentham teleported a block of flats, and then it blew up. It blew up. It
wasn't the whole block. It was like an apartment and a bit of the corridor.
Yeah,
and a lot of fire.
It blew up. You teleported it. It blew up again. At a gas station.
Yeah, don't teleport burning apartments into gas stations. It's a bad idea.
Your car was there.
Because it's a great idea.
It was cool,
but
he did lose his car.
My car.
Yeah. It really depends on what your goal is. If your goal is...
So,
then how do you know you've lost it? It might have just teleported away. Maybe it got to safety.
It really depends on what your goal is, though. But because if your goal is to get rid of the, gas station, then putting a burning building into a gas station is probably fine.
Fuck you, gas station.
But that wasn't the plan.
Also, the car didn't teleport. You need excess successes, and you only just got enough successes to win the roll. You wouldn't need excess to teleport the car, sadly. So, car gone. Anyway, right. So that'll be this Saturday. Also, Patreon post, monthly recap, NPC names post, and free desktop wallpapers. The Last Ditch are all available on the Patreon. So if you want to add some names, I think we've got 9 already, which I'm going to be liberally using today. You can do so if you're at the correct tier. And also the free wallpapers are free for The Last Ditch. You can go check them out. I got them. They're all over that PC. That PC is all full of them. It's great. Except for the vertical one, which I think is Star games from 2 years ago because it's not a vertical wallpaper, but you should go check them out. Also, the Reaping Blade details are out on Patreon. So the blade that they got to begin with and now has upgraded, and that Dave just used to some sort of effect. That's up.
It's not out now. It's out. It will be out at the break, like I said in that post. But I could make it live now if you like.
Make it live now. We only announced.
Okay.
People can check it now while we're talking, and then they can also check it at the break on stuff. Like
I try
that,
so hard, guys. It says break all caps before that.
Yeah, but
thing.
I also told you to make it live at the beginning so that when I talk about it, it's live.
We'll do it live.
There you go. Right. So that said, you can support
It's
the show in many
live.
different ways. You can
Did
support
it.
the show by listening to Bentham tell you how to support the show.
Yes, there's a whole bunch of different ways that you can support. I was busy. I'm running the Patreon over here, which is a cool segue into how you can support us, because the Patreon is the main way that we are funded, the main way we're able to keep the lights on, do cool
Is
stuff
it?
like pay our cast, pay for art, and all that kind of thing. There's a whole bunch of different tiers that give you a whole bunch of different rewards, including
What kind of rewards can you get?
This doesn't work when there's a Zoom. Like, I'm already going. I'm already there.
Pitch me the gaps. I'll knock them back to you. Come on, you got this.
I'm trying to do it
before
quick.
You,
I don't need
before
gaps.
Okay. Okay, fine. Rush through it. You want to get to my content? I got you. That's fine.
You
Well,
can
because
get
we have a lull in
MP3s.
this, I do want to say thank you so much to all of our supporters on Patreon. We've hit a really amazing goal already, so thank you so much. This has actually made it so that Ascension, we can actually afford Ascension, because before we were kind of like using some of our
Reserve.
back stuff that we had saved up for like Roll for It Con and things like that. But now we are using, we're able to kind of pay for it live. So thank you so much. We appreciate that.
That's actually a really good point. Yeah, we're
Yep,
very
We're
good.
covered now, which is cool. We're back. We're within budget again. We can feel more safe. But yeah, so you can get MP3s of all of our shows. You can get after shows we record after every show. We talk about what happened during the show, and occasionally other random things that are unrelated to that. Character sheets, stuff like the Reaping Blade information, how that functions, so that you can use it in your own campaign, and also steal the souls of your enemies and destroy them forever, maybe. Lots of behind-the-scenes GM things, like polls and like enemy stats and the tower floors. You can get the full details on each room that we encounter in the tower floors, and occasionally rooms we don't, I think. There's been one or two in there. You can also submit names for NPCs. You can also watch the monthly recaps where the admins talk about the events of the previous month. We kind of go into more of the business end of things and talk about that kind of thing. And if you're crazy, you can support at the Legend tier and above, which gives you access to a monthly game GM'd by a member of the Roll for It cast. That is a private session that you get to be a part of. And currently, Sheepy is gearing up to run the last ditch for a couple of Legends, and I'll be running Fusion as well for the other ones in a week or so too. So that's exciting. Other ways that you can support us include on Twitch. You can drop us bits. They land in the cup and might cover up EE. So whether you want to do that or not, you can either fill it or empty it depending on what kind of bits you put in. So it's up to you. And you can also give us tips. They appear on the screen. Read them out at the end of the show to thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. And you can become a Twitch subscriber, which gives you emotes and badges and immediate VOD access, because normally it takes 24 hours for us to get them up on the YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, you can become a YouTube member, which gives you emotes and badges over there. And also, being a YouTube member, a Twitch subscriber, or a Patreon supporter all give you access to our community Discord, where you can hang out and talk to other people and us about the shows, what you've been enjoying. You can live react to the shows in there, and you can also join the rear guard for the last ditch, where you can participate in the war effort to try and stop us being murdered by Tyranids, which is going so far. So please help with more good rolls. Just being here is great. Just showing up to watch the show on Twitch or on YouTube is fantastic. We love your comments on Twitch and YouTube, and also we love it when you message us on Twitter and Facebook and leave us like Facebook reviews and stuff, because I don't know, some people care about those. I think we're still 5 stars overall, but there's like 2 that are 4, but overall it still counts as 5. So
those 2 said, "I'm dropping you a star because E was mean to an NPC I like." Actually, they said E's a bastard or something, but I'm paraphrasing.
It loses as a star. It's unfortunate. Yeah, those are all the different ways. Also, tell your
You
friends,
make
bring them
people
along.
love one NPC and then murder them in front of people, and
I
Fair
think
is
by now
fair.
people know that they're brought out and you love them, they're going to get murdered. Like, it's correlative.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I mean, you've
Yeah.
revealed a weak point. I can do nothing but hit it.
exactly. Like, you met Maggie's family, right?
I mean, this just became a revenge plot. That's cool. When we circle back around, the
I'm
tree's
in.
gonna be a smoking hole.
We're all
You got a vengeance
paladins.
paladin. I set this
Yeah.
up for you.
If you touch a hair on my family,
I would
I
stop.
don't plan on touching a
The
hair. on
world
you.
is gonna
He will
come
turn
at
this
you,
boat
bro.
around. Don't do it.
Arena goes
Yeah.
dark side.
you got my back,
Sith
right,
gnomes.
chat? Like, if he hurts any of those little baby gnomes, those precious, sweet gnomes.
You'll
beat
have Bone to deal with. He'll kick your door down.
Oh, yeah. Bone will definitely have a bone to pick with you.
Well, thank you all for tuning in. That's been Ascension. We're just gonna we're done. We're done.
Yeah,
here.
that
We're done.
was good. Decent joke. Delivery could have been better, but we're warming up. We're getting into it. By the end, we'll be getting crackers out.
You need to
6
drink
out of
my
10,
coffee.
would
I
not
haven't even
recommend.
finished it yet.
Wow. Right. What else can you do, Bentham? Is that it?
That's it.
Cool. You can support by telling people about the show and spreading the word. That's the one. Did we do that?
I kind of
He
did
tried.
Okay.
He made a valiant effort. He did.
No. I'm proud of you, Bentham. Right. In which case, that all said and done, I think we're good to dive in, right? Nothing I'm forgetting? Okay. So, to recap, I think... Why don't we have a recap from Temper's point of view today? Because Temper was ridiculous.
I don't know how I knew you were going to say that. All right. So what had happened was that we finished shopping, and that was nice. And I felt like I had made some new friends. And then they went off together and whispered. And it made me feel a little bad and left out because I don't have any friends back at school. But nobody's asked me about it yet. But it's fine. This is Temper writing in her diary that she definitely has now. I don't know where she keeps it. And then we decided to go on a boat trip to do a favor for the Oracle. I just feel like I'm very helpful all the time, and I do not get enough credit for it. And then we were on the boat, and there was a turtle captain, and that was fun. And I sparred with Gatton, and I'm not saying who won, but we all know who won. But then he turned into a direwolf, and I pet him. And then there was more whispering again, and I did not let it get to me this time. I did not. I went up to the crow's nest to just hang out and decompress. And then I saw some things flying toward us, and I was like, probably those sun elves who don't like visitors. Rude. And I guess maybe because I'm so pink, right? I'm so pink and bright and charming that they all just started coming around me. And I mean, like I told Perrin, all attention is good attention. So I got very hurt, but then I did this really cool thing where I like fell off the crow's nest and floated gently down, even though I was bleeding very badly. And then Gatton, in his direwolf form, leaped over, turned back into himself, and stabbed whatever the main one was. It was really cool. Is that a good summary,
Yeah,
Captain
correct,
Frostbook?
yeah.
Did you like all of that?
Yeah.
I mean, I know you were here, but I just feel like I tell it well.
Informative without being overly verbose.
Thank you.
And so with that, you find yourselves on the deck of a ship which is not as battle-scarred as it could have been. You are surrounded by the bodies of what look like emaciated humanoids with feathered wings coming out of their back, who are all crumpled from where you completely murdered them. There's also what appears to be a sun elf, blonde hair, pointed ears, collapsed, wearing most of his armor, but the breastplate itself has kind of plunk and fallen off to the side as tendrils sort of draw back from it. And Gatton has smacked his sword into its back, hitting what appears to be like a metal spike, and now has managed to absorb what appears to be the knowledge of Thieves' Cant. And yeah, and as you look around the ship, you notice several Thieves' Cant sigils that before looked like scuffs. And several of them just say things like, reasonable rates for reasonable travel, can transport people covertly. Do not ask what's on board if you don't want to get in trouble. That sort of thing. Basically saying, hey, I'm a smuggler ship, and here's what I do.
I won't reveal that I can understand that unless I see something like troublesome. You know what I mean? Like here are the slave quarters, or here's the body disposal room, or you know what I mean? Like something like that.
Yeah. I'll let you know if you see anything like that. For now, it's mostly because you're on the top deck. Most of the things are kind of like either advertisements or warnings, stuff like will pay reasonable bribes, that sort of thing.
I guess check on folks, make sure that they're okay, and if they are, I will start casting my identify ritual in order to identify these items.
Okay. It will take you 10 minutes per. If everyone's at cool with taking a short rest, effectively.
Right?
I would make sure freedom and independence are okay, and take a quick survey of the ship. Make sure that like one didn't fly along the water and do something to the hull that just we didn't notice.
Sure. Make a quick perception check. Both freedom and independence are absolutely fine. Neither of them took any damage whatsoever.
Nice. I actually think I can repair them too. Dang.
Well, they count as humanoids, not constructs anymore.
This
so
episode brought to you by the number 22.
Yeah, you have a look around, and there doesn't seem to be any real damage to the ship, and both freedom and independence are completely unmarked. In fact, it looked like you got maybe not really lucky, just really, really good at defending the ship. Like, you took down about a third of them well before they got to the ship. Then another chunk of them went down when Temper cast that shatter spell. And then the ones that made it to the deck, you just ganged up on and just completely murdered. They didn't have time to do anything, and none of them missed you. You saw all of them well ahead of time. Yeah, it was very well done.
I just look at them and I say, well played.
Anyone else want to do anything while Arena's doing her multiple identifiers?
I think I'll turn to the captain and be like, what are these things? Are they common in these waters?
Are you pointing at the feathered things?
I guess I gesture at the whole scene of dead creatures.
Looks up at you, busy loading hand crossbow again. Arr, thee be blood toll harpies. The native round here, but the Sunel sometimes employ them, click, to do dirty work or just back up for their scouts.
So probably send to patrol the area and keep boats like us away.
Exactly, and by keep us away, more like murder us and take our ship. It's called the blood toll for a reason.
Do I know what a blood toll harpy is? Does it ring a bell?
Feel free to make me a nature check.
Boop. An 11.
11's close enough to know that it's a variant of harpy that's just a little bit weaker, bit more like degenerate than the normal harpy is. They tend to keep in flocks, and they don't require numbers to do anything. So they're mostly seen in pretty large groups. So yeah, you saw, I think it was 16. Seems about right. You also may have heard of tales of them harassing travelers, and that a lot of merchants just see it as the cost of doing business, which is why it's called the blood toll.
Well, I suppose we should continue to keep an eye out. Kind of look over at the... like, I'm just looking at all these bodies like, ugh, and I'm like, what? Oh, yeah.
An eye. Keep an eye out. No. Okay.
I got it, Captain. I understood.
I'm glad you did. I like you.
Thank you.
That is one of them sun elves. If we make good time, they should be able to get out of the area before they send anyone else.
I imagine they might not be too happy about us slaying one of their own.
No. They tend to put effort into making each of their warriors. We got lucky. But also, if we dally, they'll send more.
All right, anything I can do to help to keep us moving along?
Do you know anything about ships? You can keep out of the damn way.
So I know about boats on the Great Lakes that
Do you
stay
have
to the
proficiency in
shore.
water vehicles?
I know.
No.
I'm a good navigator, but I imagine you know what direction you're going.
Actually, you're a good navigator. You could help me. If we're going to be going fast in the dark to make good headway, I'd rather not hit any of the rocks around the point.
We're gonna just think like the Titanic. That's what I'm foreseeing right now.
Realizing I have proficiency in navigator's tools, I realize I don't think I actually have navigator's tools.
I can make you navigator's tool.
I mean, I guess there's some on the boat.
I'm a pirate captain. Of course, I've got navigator's tools.
He doesn't say pirate, but you get the idea. Yeah, you can totally help. If you want to roll me that, that's going to be effectively for the next few days as you're helping with this roll.
What attribute does it use?
It'll use int because you're navigating at night, so you're losing a lot of dead reckoning. You're like, right, we're traveling this fast, and we were here last time, so you're like plotting where you should be in the like when day breaks, etc. If you get it wrong, you hit rocks.
Oh, good.
That's what I.
I didn't get it wrong. 18.
Good. You'll make pretty good time. Probably good enough time they won't be able to chase you away from here unless they have something very fast. So you're probably good. Temper, you want to do anything while Arena's doing the...
I think I know Arena's handling the items. There wasn't much else on his body, but are there any symbols? I don't know. I'll dig around for papers, but...
There was also that metal spike thing, too.
Oh, that's right. The thing that stabbed me.
Yeah,
If you
I'm
want
going to
have
look
a
at all of
search
them,
of
but
the body,
Yeah.
make me a quick investigation roll.
Okay, I'll try.
So this is like while Arena's going through the items, you're actually like pulling extra stuff off the body.
18.
Okay. That's really easy then, because you find a few things on the body. Firstly, you find a pouch with a number of little gems and pieces that are probably worth about 20 gold in total. Not a lot, but they probably didn't need gold when they're running around the sea.
Sure.
And there's also a little stone that seems to be about the size of like a finger bone, maybe just a little bit bigger. And you can definitely tell that it has like inlaid metal into the side of it in like a pattern that seems to be maybe some sort of runes or something. It doesn't seem to be a language.
I'm going to bring these over to the pile.
just like finding stuff and keeps adding more things.
Yeah. And I'm going to sit with Arena while she does this
Also,
and stop
as you
bleeding.
go through the body, firstly, I'll tell you what the armor... Oh, no, you already got the armor. You note two things. Firstly, that it seems to have wings grafted onto it somehow. Like, these wings are not natural to it, and you can tell, like, as you're pulling the armor off, and it's like the last tendrils are going into that breastplate, as you look, those wings seem to be, like, very different. Like, the skin color doesn't really match properly. The feathers stop abruptly when it gets to where the shoulder is, and you can see, like, musculature that seems to have grown underneath the skin, and it's all distorted around that joint. Like, this is not natural. Secondly, the wounds you inflicted don't seem to have bled much, and those that did bleed, the blood wasn't particularly like a vibrant red or anything you'd expect. It's a much more like dark reddish brown almost. If you want to make a quick medicine roll, I'm going to tell you more.
I will try. 11.
There's a slight smell of, like, best way to describe it would be like dried leather and like a slight tang of something like older biological, but it doesn't smell fresh, the body.
Yeah. Does this appear to be like some kind of reanimation that was affecting it?
Maybe. Would you like to roll something for that?
Sure. Arcana, maybe?
Sure.
19.
It's quite possible. It seemed to be intelligent. It seemed to talk a language, but it did also seem to be, like, from what you can witness, like it took wounds pretty well and kept going. It's a bit strange. The wounds themselves seem to have been quite deep, and several of them seem to have been probably, if not immediately lethal, probably incapacitating to someone who was just normal. Like there's a couple of wounds that go straight into the pelvis, and there are a few areas where you hit it with a whip where there's just this huge bruise, and you can tell the insides have been almost pulped to mush. These wounds themselves should have been a lot more debilitating than they were. So it's quite possible it is reanimation. The downside of reanimation would normally be that unless it's really powerful reanimation, things tend to lose their state of mind.
Right.
And that thing certainly seemed to speak a language, seemed to act with some sort of tactics, and seems to have been the leader for those blood toll harpies. So having independence is tough with reanimation.
Yeah. Which might be related to this whole thing that I think we just talked about it in the after show, but the language it's speaking not being one of the ones that gotten acquired. It's interesting. It's interesting. All right. Well, I get all the stuff and I provide more details while Arena's casting, in case that helps.
Arena, what do you want to start with?
I guess start with the breastplate.
Okay. You sit down, you take the breastplate, and you turn it over, and there's still like those tendrils are slowly withdrawing into it, and you can see multiple holes on the back where those little tendrils are just kind of pulling in, and there's a bit of dried blood around each. The breastplate itself has healed, and that hole that there was has now closed up, the carapace reforming over it. Firstly, the tendrils went in, and then they seemed to like give off like a kind of mucus type thing. It sounds weirder than it is, but actually it's just they seem to then give that off and it hardened and it just reformed the carapace around it. So it's completely healed. It doesn't even look like there's any damage at all to it. Other than just wiping off a bit of dried blood, it looks brand new. Spending a bit of time focusing on it. I will pull up the stats for you now.
It's a Venom symbiote. We got a Venom symbiote. Yeah. We can do whatever we want.
It is a breastplate that gives you a +1 to armor class. And the breastplate itself cannot really be damaged, because any damage it takes, it will just heal back up. So the item itself, provided it isn't destroyed outright by something,
unbreakable
will
almost.
just re-heal. Yeah. I mean, it is breakable. It's not damageable beyond the short term, because it will just reform. The interesting note about it, though, is that it is not based on any sort of tower item. The runes on it, there aren't any really. It just seems very different to anything you've experienced. Probably anything you've even read about.
So it's hearsay. It's illegal armor.
Maybe. Quite probably. It's possibly not, but quite probably yes.
Speaking of illegal, speaking of heresy, right? Where's Mecha Pietro right now?
Probably hanging out with, sitting next to me, looking out at the ocean.
I imagine you're on your cross-legged on the floor, looking at all the things, and Mecha Pietro's just behind you, like that, protecting you.
I imagine he's behind, he's sitting next to me, but he's looking out at the oceans.
And occasionally you hear a.
Yeah.
Mecha Pietro goes up to the front and goes.
Like Titanic style.
Yep.
Banner. Anyway.
Gettin would definitely pick him up in his like Mecha Pietro suit there. You know, brace him on the prow. Yeah.
That's not really happening, but it's really funny.
So tempting.
Gonna hit
Still
an
want fan
iceberg
art
next.
of it.
Well, I'm glad to know that was the source of the banging.
Was it the source of the banging? You don't know.
I couldn't possibly intuit it. As we slept on the other side of the door.
More banging can happen, that's true.
That's why we have Gatton and Tempo on a ship.
I was about to say, put that on a pillow.
More banging can happen. Roll for it, pillows coming to you soon. What were we saying? Oh,
Just after the first time, you just flip the pillow over.
So
more banging can happen.
So the breastplate just gives us +1 AC.
That's what I see. Yeah.
And this is I don't know who would want this breastplate, but I guess
Medium armor. It's a breastplate. I don't believe it gives disadvantage on stealth. I'd have to double check.
Arena
Rule.
kind of mentions what the breastplate does. I think the thing that she's gonna be next interested in, obviously she was first interested in the breastplate because like she does armor and smithing stuff, is probably gonna be the
plus,
metal spike.
Dex to a max of 2. Just so you know, 14 to a max of +2 on your dex. So anyone with dex and the medium armor might want it.
14 max +2. Is that what you said?
And then +1. The 2 is your dex. If you've got a dex modifier of 2 or above, it will give you +2 dex.
Okay, so 14
So
max.
it'll be effectively
dex.
a 17 if you have dex 2 or higher.
No, would that be 16 if it's 14 plus 2?
+1, because it's a +1 breastplate.
Ah,
Yeah, it's awesome.
So who would be down for that? I think Bentham isn't dex. Gatton maybe. Arena maybe. Temper can't wear medium.
Yeah.
It would actually give me better AC because it's a +1, but it makes more sense to give to someone else if it would help them out.
I mean, if you want it, you can have it. Whoever wants it can have it.
I mean, aren't you fairly squishy? Why don't you take it?
I mean, I have 15 armor class.
I mean, but
What's
that
your dex?
would get you to 17.
My dex is 16.
Yep, so you get you 17.
That would get you to 17.
Overall, it's a 15, it plus your dex to a max of 2.
I
so it
shouldn't
gets
be
17.
tanking though. So if one of you all who actually takes damage
I'm-
all the time needs it, I think it'd be more beneficial
Yeah,
for you who are
but
close.
you've
I
got-
got it wrong,
you've got-
actually. It would be crap on me.
But it's like
Yeah.
you've gotten hit a lot and don't have many hit points. I mean, I can take it, but I mean, I already have armor built in, and then I change into things with armor, so it's only so useful for me.
Try it on.
I was about to say, also, no one intends to get hit. You just get hit. So
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, it does require attunement, just so you're aware.
And you can only have 3 items attuned, unless you're an artificer
Yes.
and you level up.
Artificers at higher levels can have more, but yes, currently you can only have 3 items attuned.
Yeah.
FYI, you would know, since this is brought up, that the traveling tower does have an item that you missed out on at lower levels that is available, which is an item that gives you +1 attunement slot. It requires attunement. It's my favorite item. You didn't get it. I was sad.
How much AC would it put you at, Gatton?
I only have +1 dex, so
Just do
16.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm currently at 14.
Oh, you should take it.
Okay. I mean, if you don't need it, I will.
Do it. Take it.
Okay.
Also, I think it'd probably look awesome on you.
It matches
looks
my
kind of
billowing
like
cloak.
Gatton's pectoral area already, because it's kind of 2 big slabs with like a slight ridge in between, but it's much darker. It's like a dark, really dark gray with a slight blue gleam to it. Very much like that kind of like a carapace you might find like a beetle, but like pitted and a bit more like Uruk-hai from Lord of the Rings.
Oh yeah.
Well, now that I no longer need to protect Pietro, I suppose I can seal off these compartments.
It might make it harder for people to find whatever you have in your compartments too. But I would be careful with this armor because I do not know if it is legal.
And then she goes back to doing her stuff.
That is why she does not wish to don it. Yeah, I put it on.
Cool. It'll take a short rest to attune to. So by the time we're done with all the other items, it'll be attuned. Right, what do you want to do next? The spike?
I think the metal spike, yeah, sounds probably
Okay.
because she's like into like different metal bits and bobs.
Okay. Now, firstly, before you even do the attunement, roll me your blacksmithing with int to know about some of the construction of this, because
So my
you might
smith's
recognize
tools,
these
is that what
things.
you mean?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. With int.
And FYI chat, this isn't metal armor, it's made of carapace, and it's entirely biological, so it's okay for druids.
Ooh, 23.
Okay, straight up, I can tell you, you don't really know where this metal comes from, but you recognize it. It's very similar to the one Gatton's blade is made on. You don't know where the metal comes from, as we've already established, but you definitely recognize that it's very similar.
All right.
As you look at the spike as well, you can see that while it has been forged, it's been forged with a lot of care, and in it, at the top end, is a gem that's been shattered and broken.
I look at the gem. I like gems.
It's shattered horrifically. Like, it looks like it was hit on one side with quite a lot of force, but the cracks through it have completely split it. And you can see that, like, it looks like it's pushed apart. There's only a couple of shards still in there.
Can I mending it?
You can try.
Mending.
Unfortunately, because of the nature of the gem, it doesn't work, which might tell you something about the nature of the gem, because mending can fix mundane things.
I kind of
Can I try to
described
use
to
my
Reno
jeweler's
what
tools?
happened, like how it affected me when it stabbed it, if that helps her kind of piece it together.
That was the spear.
Oh, it's different. Okay, got it.
This metal
Can
spike
I
they
use-
found embedded in the guy from, like, it was like an angle, so it was just there above the shoulder blade, down and into the middle of the torso.
Can I use my jeweler's tools maybe to try to fix it?
You wouldn't be able to. The mending is the only thing that might mundanely be able to fix it. Jeweler's tools can't fix gems either, because, like, that's still mundane. Mending might be able to, except for the fact that this is magical in nature,
Okay.
and you are now aware that, like, this is something beyond mending, so it is magical.
Okay.
Or was
I will
magical, at least.
mention that to everybody as well. Note that to them.
Also, roll me your jeweler's tools event, because this is what you know about that jewel.
Ooh, okay. Int based?
Int based.
19.
19. That gem, again, a little bit familiar, but it's a different type, but it probably was also a soul gem. A lot of gems can hold souls, but they have to be specially prepared. That one, probably similar.
Okay. I will mention that to everybody. I'm like,
It is very similar to your spear. Maybe if we can find where these guys got these, maybe we can figure out where they are creating these.
How rare is a soul gem?
Apparently
rare.
not very.
Soul Gem is with
Not
my 19.
super rare. Like, the fragments probably aren't worth very much. It's just a specially prepared gem, but the gems have to be a good quality, and they need to be preferably like a certain nature. Like, you can't just get any old gem. It has to be a good gem. It has to be a gem that has some sort of particular resonance or something with the person's soul.
I bring my sword with the gem in it, especially knowing I took the soul of this person, and I just put it near it and see if it reacts in any way. Like
Doesn't
tuning
do
fork,
anything.
like two tuning forks do, or anything.
No, that gem is shattered though, so it's possible that maybe it had done something when it wasn't broken.
Is it shattered because we broke it, like when I hit it with the sword, or it, or okay, all right. So
You
it, like
hit
it wasn't
that
broken in
spike.
advance.
Yes.
Oh,
got it.
and it was embedded in him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm.
Temper, you did the
Mhm.
medicine roll.
Yeah.
You'd have known that when you looked at where the spike came out of, the spike went straight down through the top of one of the lungs and into the base of the heart. That
Huh.
should have been lethal. That guy shouldn't have been walking around. He should have been dead. You'd have seen
And
that.
I wonder if it had something inside it, like whoever was inside that was what was controlling him, maybe?
That would make sense. Maybe that is why they could all talk.
Mm. Mm-hmm. Y'all are fun.
When-
I like hanging out with y'all.
When I absorbed the soul of the fiend, was I in any way aware that there was a fiend soul versus a mortal soul? Like, I mean, did I get just in general?
Would have known because you would have been able to choose languages and stuff and proficiencies that the fiend had, except you rested immediately afterwards. But like, you would have had the choice of fiendish languages and stuff, and you would have got the sense that the soul inside was kind of that of a fiend. So,
but this
you would
soul
know
that
this one doesn't feel like that. No.
Okay, got it.
This
Also,
soul feels normal.
so you guys would hear while Gotten's putting this armor on, you hear like like the edges of his body are sort of like moving and integrating the around the edges of the armor, like it's like sinking into him. It was like,
As you're doing that and you're putting it on and you hear that like cracking of tree like bark as it's just kind of you're wedging yourself in, the actual armor itself begins to contort to you, extends a little bit, widens a little bit, and flattens. And then all the little tendrils begin to dig into your physique. They actually start burrowing in and integrating with you.
so I'm aware as a Warforged of integrated protection, like armor becomes a part of me. So I see the fact that it's becoming a part. I'm making it a part of me, but it's making itself a part of me too, right? It's just like interesting.
Yeah, while it's doing that,
Yeah.
Marina is like looking and she's like,
It is very interesting. I have never seen anything like it.
Perhaps the sword was originated in the Sun Elf Islands. Maybe they've mastered this kind of technology.
I wonder what the
Is this-
Sun Elves have to do with the vampire.
do we know anything about the Sun Elves and the vampires? Like are they at like battle with each other or something like that?
Make me a history check.
Check, okay.
They do seem to performing some form of necromancy. Vampirism is a form of undeath.
Natural one.
There it is.
You have no
Vampires are Sun Elves.
Duh.
Okay,
Teach
so
the
she
controversy.
exclaims this question to you all with no follow-up answer. She legit does not know the answer.
It could be as simple as Sun Elves visiting the dead cities and selling their wares, or a vampire visiting the Sun Elf Island and buying or stealing a sword.
Perhaps. I do not know. But
She moves on to the spear. She's like, what's long list? Now I also need to look at...
You can
Stone.
still cast Identify on the spike. It will tell you some things. That was just from what you knew, just picking up and looking at it like for 2 minutes.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That was just your
I'm
knowledge
definitely
of
doing
metallurgy
Identify.
and jewels. Yeah,
Yes.
so you cast Identify, takes 10 minutes.
Well, no, I'm not casting. I did a ritual.
Yeah,
for-
ritual casting, yeah.
Yeah.
You can't actually cast Identify, it's only ritual cast. So you take the 10 minutes, you ritual cast Identify, and you get some mixed information because it is a damaged item. But it appears that it can be used to entrap a soul in a very specific way. It can't just be used willy-nilly to just be like, got a soul. But you can entrap a soul into it, and then it seems like there might be some sort of ritual or way to then effectively use the captured soul's power in a way, but you have to combine it with someone. And getting from the wounds that Temper pointed out, by probably killing them with it, but also it entraps the soul of whoever you kill with it and leave it into their body. It looks like that metal reacts with souls in like a way. So either the metal can be used to conduct a soul, or it can be used to effectively pin a soul. And so the spike can be
So
used.
what you're
apparently,
saying is I could make Pietro actually be Mecha Pietro. I'm just kidding.
My eyes. My filtered eyes.
Are you an artificer or a necromancer?
But this also would lead to two things. Firstly, so to sum up, you know that it's likely that whatever that was used to stab someone, murder them, absorb their soul, and then they killed the scout you saw, but prevented his soul leaving his body and allowed him to use the power of the person in the spike. Secondly, you know that when Gatton hit that person, they didn't immediately die. They kind of were like, what, and then fell over, and the gem shattered. You probably can now deduce from that Gatton's sword has the soul of whoever was killed with that spike in it. Thirdly, this is necromancy, and I know you like the Raven Queen. This is very necromancy. This is like sacrificing people for power necromancy.
Yeah. No bueno.
This is like intentional too.
So the best kind of necromancy.
At least it's honest necromancy. It's like, the totally evil necromancy. We know what we are. We're happy with it.
Once I'm done putting on the armor, I start throwing the not elf bodies over, the ones that are just harpies. Like, as long as they don't seem like anything's unusual, just start dumping those things, because you never know.
The only thing they have on some of them is like some bones and some pretty rocks. Like, that's the only thing they've got on them in terms of
their pretty
gear. So you just
all your pretty rocks are belong to me.
Just basically just quick pat down, make sure there's no other like objects, and douche.
I think while I'm sitting with Arena, I just ask everyone just who would want to control the Sun Elves, because that all sounds very intentional
and also very not good.
That
Whoever's
too.
doing this is not good peoples.
So you think this could be some kind of outside force that's taking over Sun Elves and using them for its own purposes?
And I wonder if it's...
I don't know if it is affecting all of them, but it is definitely affecting this one.
And I wonder if it's... I mean, we don't know what's going on in Andora, but we're close. I don't know if maybe it'll end up being related. It is very strange.
Arena nods.
Perhaps this is just what the Sun Elves have been doing to maintain a level playing field with those who have marks.
They're also creating items that I do not think have come from the towers. The armor Gatton is wearing. I have never seen anything like it before. And I do not think,
She holds up like the metal spike.
that this is something from a tower either. And I think it is similar to your sword.
It
And
looks
now
like it's
you
all
have
magical,
the soul of
so-
whatever was in this in there now too.
I feel like perhaps the soul I've stolen is whoever this was, and I just sort of like nudge the body with the boot. Not who this was. And I point at the spike, but I could be mistaken. The knowledge that was available for me was fairly mundane. I do not believe the individual knew anything that perhaps Streakvok would not have known.
Wait, what do you mean the knowledge you have learned?
And they just sort of look at the sword and I say, I've come to realize that when I strike the killing blow with the reaping blade, I temporarily gain access to information that the target once possessed. Skills and languages of the sword, but only temporarily.
Oh.
It happened with the Merilith, and I had charged it up to some odd gas or demonic influence. Now I've come to realize it apparently is a part of the sword.
Well, the
This
surprise
is very
is that thing.
powerful. Someone could get some information that is, well, that they should not have.
Mm.
You should be very careful with that sword going forward.
He sort of looks at it.
I
Yeah.
also don't know what happens when it's filled.
She looks at like the gem that's on it because it's like filling up.
It appears to be getting slightly brighter, yeah. It's now like there's definitely a glimmer of light in it.
I'll
Well,
grab the spear next and check that out.
If these islands are the origin of that sword, then we may learn something when we arrive at Andorra about it.
I am not the historian you and Temper are. However, would it follow logically that a sword from this island had made its way all the way into the depths to stab a vampire lord?
We've made it the distance in a short boat trip.
Your logic is sound.
You can make a history check if you want on some of those statements there, Perrin.
May I? I'm not a history dude,
Yeah.
but I am old.
I got a 20. Not natural, but a 20.
Nice.
Okay. Gatton, you've been awake 8 years, and then asleep for 850 or so. So unfortunately, yeah, you're not sure on this one.
I slept through the boring parts.
Yeah,
This is
you're
all
aware that
post-Cataclysm history, so Gatton just missed it.
Perrin, you are aware that, it was already stated by the blacksmith you went to that sword seems to date pre-Cataclysm. The
True.
Bright Cities were founded after the Cataclysm by Sun Elves who left Ursuline, traveling to Niceline, and decided to stop on those islands. And that's when the society kind of twisted a little bit and became bitter and vaguely against the gods. So most of them are strictly a-religious in they want to maybe kill the gods. It seems to be how a lot of people have presented them. You're not sure that would be a religion role. But also they have developed other ways, and they disagree with using towers because that's given to them by the gods. And they think that they should be able to have the power they had before the Cataclysm.
So the Sun Elves are Sabbat, is what you're telling me.
Kind of, yeah. Kind of.
Sabbat Elves.
Oh my gosh.
So the sword predates their recent civilization in terms of the Bright Cities.
That makes it way more confusing then, because the sword has overshot them. They sailed across from the old continent and stopped short of the new one. Because they were lazy and were like, here's land, it'll do. But then the sword carried on afterwards.
Okay. The spear. For start, this is a bladed spear. So effectively, it is a D8 weapon that can be used one-handed, and you can choose to use slashing or piercing damage with it. It's effectively a martial version of a spear. You have to be proficient in martial weapons. Secondly, it requires attunement, and it can do two different things. Firstly, there is a function that doesn't seem to work anymore, which is that it can channel the emotions of a trapped soul to cause an effect on a target, but you don't have a trapped soul of any kind. Secondly, you can use it at range by using your life force to power it. You can, let me just check the rules here. You can attack at range doing 1d8 plus 3 psychic damage. Sorry, no. Misread that. You can use it at range, and it uses a hit die of yours as the damage dice, but you also lose the hit dice. It does that in psychic damage, and its range is 30, 120. And if you use it two-handed, then you triple that range.
Interesting. I don't know
I guess
who
that
this is for.
explains why I got scared. I guess I was feeling whatever that soul was feeling.
Do you say that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Anything that has a slight southern lilt.
Oh my gosh.
Is better.
I have the
Anything that has
hiccups
a
right now.
slight southern lilt is better. Yes.
No, it is in character.
These
Yes,
elves
I
really
say
do
that.
love their soul magic.
Out of character. Does anyone want it? In character,
Without a
Arena
soul that's
describes all of this
trapped
stuff in a
and
very
you're able to integrate into it. You would be able to basically have for your martial weapon proficiency, a 1d8 slashing or piercing weapon, and then at range you'll be able to use hit die to do damage with psychic.
I look at Perrin and I'm like, I already wield a spear and this significant blade. I believe you should take it, my friend.
You probably have the highest hit die
Kinda.
too. You're like, what's your hit die?
Oh yeah, because I got D10s.
Mine's a
Gatton has the
D8,
highest
so
hit
like.
die.
Oh yeah.
Gatton has a D12.
Yeah, I need more range. My javelins are crap.
Yeah, I'm like,
Take it.
I can assist you in learning how to wield a spear properly if you require. Yeah, I hand it to him.
Do you have martial efficiency?
I think so.
Yeah,
Paladin,
both
yeah,
of both of
Paladins.
them do.
Yeah.
No,
I
I've
do-
already
I
got
do
a
as well.
spear. I fought with the spear till the sword came along, but I don't need everything. That's what I'm like, no,
Take-
bro, please.
take
We'll
the
just armory
presents.
you
Yeah.
up, Gatton.
The
It's fine.
downside is it isn't a great weapon, so it doesn't work with your great weapon master, but it still does give you a ranged option.
You can use it for your range, yeah.
Spear
So
on the
Arena,
handouts anywhere, or
I can. I will print it temporarily. I actually made the handout, which is my fault.
I will look over the gems that Temper brought over, and also
Mhm.
the stone with the runes. And apparently, there's a bunch of them.
Yes.
Like, Gatton found a ton too.
Those are just random stones. Like
Oh, okay,
literally,
just
they're pretty stones.
This one-
I will just take those
Blood to
random
Harpies being
stones
like,
because
"They're like nice
I can
stones."
use them for my catapult.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, any of those items I wouldn't have thrown. I just threw the bodies because I
In
don't
which
know if
case,
they're
you
important
have
or not.
yourself 37 nicely polished, rounded stones.
Nice.
Oh, you have a
winning.
bag of marbles! Yay!
37 stones.
Ignore the second condition in that, the fear one, because you don't have the ability to use that.
Every gnomish girl should have a bag of marbles.
Are they marbles or are they just stones?
They're just
I mean-
stones. They're nicely rounded water, rounded stones.
Okay.
But
Alright, like pebbles.
they aren't perfectly round either. They're just odd shapes. Some of them are like just very long and rounded. Some of them are. There are a couple that are nice and spherical, and there are a couple that are kind of weirdly oblong with like streaks of like crystalline substance through them. Just like
Okay.
pretty stones.
Alright, well, I can use them for catapult, so I'll take them.
The last thing you have is the stone you found in the body.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay. As you spend a few minutes on this, let me double check it. Okay, yeah. You spend 2 of your 10 minutes on the stone
2.
as you begin to identify it before you get a voice in your head which talks to you in a language that you don't understand.
Oh, they're whispering stones.
You do not understand what's happening, but there's a voice in your
Ooh.
head. It's talking to you. It's really throwing you off your spell, making a concentration roll to continue casting because
Ooh, okay, I like
your
it.
concentration is shook.
That's concentration would be Constitution save,
Con
right?
save.
Yeah.
6.
Yeah.
Oh, is this
That's right.
magic?
No, it's just a Constitution save, so it's not
Okay.
magic. Eventually, the voice just gets louder and more irate before it just cuts off, and you have to restart the spell. You do so. There's no interruption this time, and you eventually finish it. This is a sending stone. It's one of a linked pair. You don't have the other side of it.
Yeah, I figured.
Cool.
imagine that was the demonic sun elf equivalent of "pick up the bloody phone."
Are you there? Yar.
It's like,
Okay.
you sound dead. Pick up, pick up, pick up, pick up, pick up.
And I know how to like use this, so I don't have to like. I can have it and
yeah.
not send messages through it, right?
So the way it works is each stone comes in pairs. When you touch the stone, you can use an action to use the sending spell from it, and the target is to bury the other stone. If no creature bears the other stone, you know that no one is touching it, and you can't use it until the next dawn.
Okay.
So you are fully aware right now that the only way it can be used is to contact the other stone. You can use it once per day. It's not attunement. You just need to be touching it. So
Okay. I will keep the stone. I will relay to them what the stone does. But that I do not understand the language in which it was speaking. Did it sound like the same language as the other time that like where we didn't know what they were saying?
That was another battle, so make me an int roll just to see if
Yeah.
you caught
I will
it.
try
Well,
to
they explained
repeat
it to
it.
me.
Well, is Arena right now capable of repeating what she's hearing?
Okay, make a int roll or a charisma roll, and the DC will be lower. This is like being able to just repeat it as they're still shouting at you in your head.
I think she would definitely do int because that's kind of her thing. So just regular int.
Plot twist is Huttese. Chija Pinga Jawangi Chewbacca.
9.
It sounds vaguely similar. You can't be certain, but it seems to be at least the same family, if not the same language.
Okay. I try to repeat it to you all. Or is that for that? Or can I repeat it to them?
That's you repeating it because Temper definitely heard it because Temper was literally next to the guy in the crow's nest. The rest of you were much further down away, so it was going to
And
be
he
a
was
very high
saying
DC
something
if you.
highly complimentary. I
But now
remember.
that now that we hear her saying this out loud, can we see if any of us can identify what it is?
I will tell you that none of you know that language.
Okay, well, GG.
So
Sounds made up.
But Temper, having heard the language in the crow's nest, will think that it's definitely the same family, if not the same language.
Not one that I know.
Whoever it is, they are trying to contact our friend, and it is not going to happen. But I will keep a hold of this. Maybe it will be useful. Or if we find the other stone.
At this point, Gatton, there's a... And the breastplate pulls onto you and is now very form-fitting and solidly in place. And you become aware of the last function of it.
Great in
It's
progress.
symbiotic. The armor can't be removed while you're attuned to it, and you can't voluntarily end your attunement to it.
Yeah, it's
The armor
cursed.
requires blood to be fed to it. Immediately after you finish any long rest, you must either feed half your remaining hit die or take a level of exhaustion.
I feel like this is the sort of thing you were supposed to point out with the identify.
No,
No,
cursed.
Nope.
You don't get any cursed information.
Gatton's 2 for 2? 2 for 2?
It's all right.
But it is a +1 breastplate. So
It's
I'll
badass.
I was
No,
about to say,
it's-
I'm gonna feed my crabby breastplate, my breastplatey boy.
You have now a parasite that lives on you.
We can do whatever we want. I'm just gonna start killing people now. I'm like,
That's awesome.
kill all the humans.
Instead
Kill all
Instead of
the
having
humans. Kill all the
Pietro,
humans.
now you have a new friend.
Oh, I have to wait, chat. You have to help me, like name my new crabby breastplatey boy. You know?
That's so good, though. That's already so good.
Oop, I did 2 by mistake. There we go. There we go. You are now AC 17.
Nice. Upgrade.
And I will add
Upgrade.
the symbiotic thing to your list
Complete.
of traits.
Also, if you got to think some poor symbiotic creature needs blood to live and gets hooked to a construct, like that's got to be so disappointing. It's like, blah, it tastes like sap and motor oil. Ooh.
Yeah, like the thing probably begins to discolor around the edges, but it's still getting the life force it needs. It's just not right. But there you go.
None of this is breastplate. None of this is.
Can I hold on?
Wait, but
Oh, sorry.
I just want to make sure because I know Roll20 it doesn't stuff. We've had to manually do some things, so it is 14 plus Dex, right?
Plus Dex
1.
max of 2, which for you is
Right.
+1.
Plus one, so we're at 15,
Plus your
and then
integrate protection, so +1
right,
again.
so
it's
16, yeah, and then the magic breastplate is how we get to the 17. I just want to make sure everything hit everything.
Yeah, yeah, you're good.
Groovy.
Sweet.
Dope. Well, I gained 3 AC. That's pretty.
Yeah, when you
that's a
told me you had
significant
14
upgrade.
AC, I was like, no, you take that armor. I was like, please,
Yep.
you're going to hit way more than me. I know.
Now
it.
you're cursed.
I
Yep.
know you,
I mean-
you feel bad because you also have the weapon, but I don't. you tank and you do damage. You take
Oh,
stuff.
I appreciate it. Just trying not to be that dude, you know.
No, I have no problem with it.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you. I will enjoy my my cursed breastplatey boy.
Can I hold on to the spike just so I can match Gatton? I don't know if it's a weapon, but can I just hold on to it?
Sure.
Sorry.
It's about maybe 10 inches long, tapers down to a quite fine point.
Yeah. Awesome.
where the gem was is like a small like globish area, so it's more like just a really oversized knitting needle, if anything.
Cool.
Ooh, can I put one of the, because there's 20 gold pieces worth of gems, right? Can I put one of the gems on the end for her? So she has like a little...
It's pretty!
Like, they probably 5 gold pieces each, so
It's pretty.
what you can do is give everyone but Temper 5 gold pieces, just to simplify holding gems, and
everyone
then
take 5
Temper
gold
just
pieces.
gets, it looks pretty now.
Yes, I love it.
Okay.
You
terrifying.
can put broken soul spike in your equipment list.
When you asked to take this the metal spike, I'm like,
Be careful with that metal. I think there's something very interesting with it. But for now,
takes out her jeweler's kit and puts something on it. She's like,
Yep. You like tap the
It's
gem
kind
into
of
place, you
pretty.
cast mending, you get your blacksmith's tools out, you tap it, and it just carefully, you get the prongs to like encapsulate it, and the little wire bits around it nicely encapsulate it, and it looks like it was never broken. I mean, the gem's not going to work, because it just looks pretty, but it looks like it was never broken. Okay.
Awesome.
Is there anything you would like to do?
I would just like to point out, you may be cool, but are you Venom Symbiote on a Cyberman cool?
Venom symbiote that also steals other people's symbiotes. Cool. Yeah.
like yo, dog, yo. I heard you like symbiotes.
symbiotes like cereal.
In the grand scheme of things, this was roughly halfway through our voyage, and they were not unaware that if something was going to go down, it was roughly there-ish, correct?
Prepare.
Yeah. Okay.
Someone on the other end of the stone phone knows that, like, their friend is off the
Well, I'm
hook
not
now.
messaging them, but it seems like they were angry and someone was trying to message them. Go ahead.
I ask Freedom and Independence if there's any other places on the voyage they expect trouble. I mean, piracy can hit any time, but like if they're like, well, we get close to these islands, you know, sometimes it gets a little dicey. Like, is there any other like known points on this voyage to be particularly wary?
It is unlikely that there will be any more trouble other than any reprisals from the Bright Cities. We should make all haste, but the most dangerous point is where we are currently as we pass through the closest point between the Bright Cities and our voyage.
I just put my hand on its shoulder and I just say, you fought very well. Once you integrated your own unique identity, see how much more effective you've become.
Having independence is freeing.
Although I lean in and I say, although now that you have your own choice in your own name, in your own identity, will you continue to serve aboard the Achillean with Captain Frostbrook, or do you intend to disembark?
It literally pauses for like a minute and looks to the side and then looks to the other side. You can basically see the cogs working. It is not something I considered, but likely we will stay. He has been a good employer, as those things I believe are rated.
Now that I'm this close, I look and see, are there any markings on either of them that a thieves can't? Like tattoos, etchings, basically anything that like I might not have noticed before.
Yeah, as you look along the back where like some would normally have vertebrae, there are about 4 different marks and a number of them are crossed out. So like one means enforcer. That one seems to have been scratched out. Someone has put one that says effectively like property don't touch. That's been scrapped out. Another one has then put, this hasn't been scrapped out, is effectively free, which is a symbol that's rarely used. It's often used on freed slaves. Slavery is illegal and kind of rare in this situation, but it's also common to see it on Warforged that have gained sentience. And someone has then just made a mark to be like, hey, they're not property anymore. At one point, you know, they didn't have any sentience. Now they do. That mark is still on there. And then the next one says It seems to be an employer mark of some kind.
Might I impress upon you a request?
Of
You
course.
have no obligation to fulfill it. It is simply a favor I am asking. Do you see that pink tiefling, Temper?
The one who beat you the other day when you were sparring.
Yes, I was quite defenseless. My friends and I are on a long voyage. We find trouble seems to follow us at every turn. If for some reason we do not return, will you see that she is delivered safely to wherever she wishes to go?
Provided that she can afford the passage. We have learned much
Just
about
ask how much it is and then
mercantilism.
pay it in advance.
It
Hashtag
does
spoiler
depend where
alert.
she wants to go.
Understood. Just do not raise anchor without her unless she expressly says so. As a favor to me.
Make a persuasion roll.
I'm like, I'm better with intimidate. I said, we're having a moment, you know.
It's not a
You
high
were
DC.
definitely not intimidating.
The sweetest.
Persuade. Let's see. Here we go, y'all.
Oh,
Nice.
snapsicles.
Nice.
Hey.
I love it. I'm into it.
I'm like, I billow the cloak dramatically. Like I
Yes.
turn against the breeze and billow where it's billowing in the wrong direction, you know?
Yeah, strangely, like, despite the fact you can see the flag moving in one direction to the west, Gatton's cloak billows to the east. It's very impressive.
Yeah.
As Gatton Yarsi, giver of names, I will honor your request. I will make sure that we stay as long as possible to allow the Tiefling, defeater of Esgetten Yarsi, to depart.
Yes, I suppose that is an adequate story to tell. And I just turn and walk away.
If it matters, by the way, that was Independence you were talking to.
It does matter. We established that they're individuals.
Yeah, they're still growing into their individuality, but they're getting there.
I
I
want
mean,
there to
who
be
among
a
us,
guy.
man? Sorry.
I mean, I'm still
want them-
growing into my individuality.
I want there to be a guy who has ventured around the world wherever the traveling tower has gone, collected all the billowing cloaks together, and made a sail out of them.
Yes.
Because then the wind will go wherever you need it to.
Sadly,
Sure.
the billowing cloak does not apply a force to you when you use it. It's merely cosmetic.
Oh,
Damn
that's
it.
true.
Yeah,
You
I'm
could
sorry.
put it on your sails to make people think you're going a different direction, like it's a juke.
I mean, you could just like quilt it with like a flag, and then you'd have a flag that always flies, despite the fact it's not, you know,
That's
Windy.
cool.
having a flag that's always flying.
Well, not always.
I know.
It only does it for a certain period of time. Like,
Yeah, I guess you have to use a bonus action, so you have to have someone on top of the flagpole who's just constantly like, billow, billow, billow.
yeah. I'm like,
And then
technically, it doesn't just
They
keep
just
going.
pay a peasant, it's fine.
We found Jack Sparrow's origin story. Yeah.
Right.
right.
He's paid to sit on the flagpole. Makes sense.
Mhm.
Okay. Anything else you want to do today? Chat to people, or you want to call travel?
I definitely like. I had wanted to do this before. Was kind of have like a little chat with Temper at some point
Oh, wow.
on the ship
Yeah.
in the evening or something, like while we're doing a meal or something. But I never had a chance to during our first half because I was knees head deep in
Well,
the.
there'll be a meal that night where the captain basically cracks out some of the better quality booze he's been hiding from everyone to celebrate the fact they managed to come through that with no casualties. Like, no one died, and only a few people were vaguely hurt, and those people can heal really quickly. So,
and we gather
that
all
you
that
can easily
insight
catch up.
from just general.
like,
I think that
you
maybe we
do so well.
might talk to him too, because
Yeah,
clearly
if you
he's
want to
fought
talk
them
to him as
before.
well. So there'll be like people will be drinking, people will be just hanging around on one of the lower decks. There'll be food around. Again, it's mostly going to be just good quality rations because they won't want to use any fire, give away the position at night. But people are around. You can catch Temper in a corner if you want to grab him. You can. He's going around.
Mm. I don't know. Do you want to talk to him more, Perrin? Because I know you were talking to him previously, and he gave you a bunch of info about your family.
I don't think I can get anything more about my family from
No,
him now.
not about your family.
Really,
but
I just.
He clearly, like, insight-wise, we realize, like, this is a big deal that people have survived this. So he's fought these people before, these creatures before.
Yeah, I guess I could talk about the soul stuff more.
Yeah.
He might have more insight. Yeah, I'll do that. So, a side question: when we long rest at level 3, do we only get 1 hit die back?
Yes.
Yeah.
Halves are always rounded down in D&D, so you only get 1
Yep.
hit die back.
Because now suddenly hit dice are a very valuable commodity to me. So I'm like, do I want to spend 1 to heal? What if I need it to do damage?
Yeah.
Oh no.
It's true.
Welcome to
I'll
the
leave it
one
for now.
paradox of level 3 is that you're like, oh, hit die. These are. Oh, wait. This is only this level this happens.
Yeah,
After
I'll go see the captain.
Yeah, and after I finish identifying all the items, I will double check with on Mecha Pietro to make sure he's okay. Like, didn't take any damage or anything.
Mecha Pietro is completely unscratched, and Pietro seems to be having a whale of a time. Currently, Pietro seems to be practicing running up and down from the bow of the ship to the stern, and is amazed at the ability to go up the steps. Like, Mecha Pietro is skipping up the steps, and then when on the return, Mecha Pietro gets to the steps, Mecha Pietro is jumping down them in bounds, because Pietro's not used to be big enough to jump or go down steps or up them easily.
And he's
so,
4 inch,
like,
so.
Yeah. Pietro's currently having a whale of a time.
I mean, you know, very well. I mean, well-trained dogs are 3, so at 4 in, he's not, you know, like he's.
No, but it makes
capable
sense.
of-
He's like running around back and forth, excited.
Just does he understand how to operate the safety on a cannon? Otherwise, he's gonna be like, "Meh, bum, 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 bum."
I have not put a cannon on him yet. Oh, you mean like him operating one of the cannons? Oh,
What
no.
you need to do is you need to find like a very powerful druid and pay them to cast the awaken spell on Pietro, because that makes Pietro's int 10 if it's already lower.
So what you're saying is I'm going to awaken Pietro.
Just saying, it's totally possible.
I'm like, you are free, my friend.
Oh, hello, my name's Pietro. Oh, this is really weird.
I do hope Pietro's like a proper gentleman.
Yeah.
I say, you've been awfully nice to me.
It's the pangolin thing who'll be like, my liege, I bring
My
you news.
liege, I am awake. What is this world?
Oh no, he turns into Ira Wormtongue. We're like, I regret it. Unawakened.
No.
I that reminds me, I do at some point take Arena aside.
Oh. You have a reason to take me aside. It's fine. I'm not doing anything
like,
illegal.
just
I
as, like,
haven't put
Arena's
illegal
watching.
armor on our friends. I haven't created illegal armor. It's fine.
I mean,
Yeah.
Gatton and Temper are probably like passive aggressively flirting with each other, so you can easily grab each other during this, you know, session of drinking and eating.
And, like as Arena's watching Mecha Pietro burning around,
Yeah.
I kind of like walk up and like kind of quietly, because people say, you know, this is gonna be risky for us, just all the time.
But look how happy he looks.
I know, but also look how dead he might look if the wrong people realize what you've done.
Well, I mean, we technically don't have to lie.
We do have to lie. We need a consistent cover story. We need to decide where it was found, what state it was in, what you
I
did
mean,
with it.
Both of you mentioned this.
did
Both
tell
of you
me that
definitely
the
get that
wound-
feeling.
Mm.
You both get that feeling, by the way. Yeah, we should lie. We should definitely embellish this. That sounds really cool.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Arena's like,
Well, I think it's fine. We can tell everyone that it is from the ruins of Gorath, like we said before. It wouldn't technically be really a lie. I mean, we're just a little bit of an exaggeration, but it's still true.
Yeah, we can say we like fought through some undead and like it was hidden in some vault that no one had found before, and yeah, that's why it was in such a good state. And I don't know, then we helped it fight
I mean-
back out or something.
all the people know that there are all kinds of goodies that are hidden inside of things. I mean, that is how we found all of the stuff forgotten too. I mean, whoever knew that you would find an enhanced entropic crystalline soul capsule? Those things are so rare. And in such good condition.
Yeah. The longer we have this, the easier it will be. Right now, we have to explain why no one knew this thing was on the ship already. Once we come back, people will be more accepting of the fact that we could have ventured places and encountered this thing, and then they won't ask questions in the first place.
Oh, but look how happy he looks.
Currently, he's now like at the edge of the party. There's several shelves that run the length of the side wall, which are probably like a couple of feet off the ground. So actually even hard for a gnome to get to. But he's figured out the food stores are in them and is busy going,
You're gonna have to stop him before he eats all our supplies.
All right.
I kind of like waddle my way over and I'm like,
Pietro, you cannot eat those. Stop it. Put them back. I saw that.
Oh.
Oh no, don't spit it back out. You can have it.
I love it.
Perrin shakes his head and moves on to the captain.
I love that you just watch the interaction and you're like, oh, what is happening?
When did you
Then
get
what if I
that
got
thing?
myself into? Oh, it was dormant, so we weren't using it. But when Arena heard it was a fight, we activated it. We found it in some ruins down in the Dead Cities.
Is this a dinner?
Make me a deception roll. Yep.
Sips tea.
Natural one.
Oh my god, I almost
We're gonna
spit
get
out my
rid of this
coffee.
thing.
Oh,
And I'm like,
God,
Gotham's like, well, time to kill everyone in the rooms.
we can take this ship.
We arrived back at the Dead Cities. Like, we found this boat. It's ours now.
Sure.
I'll go through and write, this is like super legit and thieves can't all over it. Like, abandoned boat, free to a good home.
Perrin, would you mind taking a walk with me?
Puts one giant turtle around your shoulders.
I just like, yeah, all right.
Right. I'm just borrowing him. I'll be right back.
Kind of has to push you in front of him through the door because the turtle fills the doorway. But you eventually get to the captain's cabin where he goes around the desk.
Got it down here somewhere. No. That one. That'll do. They use it's purple in comparison to it. Of course. Let me just
awkwardly
fill
stand there and
in that.
Gets a little wax sealing kit.
There you
What?
go.
I confusedly take what I guess is a letter.
It seems to be a certificate of authenticity.
Oh,
It verifies that you bought Pietro an auction house in Vihioras.
thank you.
You're
I
protecting
look at
me
it closely
and
because I already know it's a forgery. So I'm like, where's the?
I'll make an investigation roll.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, that's gonna be helpful though.
It's 7.
Totally
it looks
legit.
genuine. I mean, you saw it get made, but it looks genuine. You saw him pull the actual certificate out, but he signed it several places, printed several bits, and used a wax stamp. So it might be that the actual certificate itself is original, but you can't see the fault in the wax stamp nor in the ink. The signature looks pretty flowing, not like a turtle did it even.
This will be a great help, thank you.
In my line of work, you transport many things that people were not worthy of transport. This isn't the first time. And you protected my crew and me. Call it a favor repaid.
I carefully roll up the certificate, pocket it to give to Arena later. I very much appreciate it. That will help us greatly in future, I imagine.
Well, it will not. Also,
Leans in really close conspiratorially.
you might want to learn to lie better if you're gonna do it.
Okay.
Now go down to that party and tell 3 decent lies. That's your homework.
All right. I'll see what I can do. As we start walking back, I'm like, while I have you, you were talking about the weird sort of cargoes you transport. We were having a look at these harpies and the Sun Elf, and it seems they're very big fans of soul-based magic and soul-trapping weapons. Have you ever transported those kind of things? Do they ever trade them?
No. I haven't been too near the Sun Elves, but this job paid well. And honestly, I thought that the danger might be less than it was. Wouldn't be the first time I was wrong.
We're wondering how weapons of their making could have ended up in the great cities, the dead cities.
They do occasionally crusade. I try and get any of the towers they can to destroy them. That's been a while. The Nemarian Empire have done a pretty good job of holding them in the sea.
I imagine they're the ones that have to contend with them the most.
Yep. Better them than me.
Have you seen much of this kind of thing before then, or generally avoiding these waters? Not really.
Tried to tend to avoid going up against a civilization made up of crazy elves that want to take on the gods.
It's good life advice.
Yep. Don't want to get involved with pissing off any gods. Would be a very silly idea, even with the ban in place. Life advice.
Yeah, that would be stupid.
He's gonna make an insight roll.
Oh no.
You can make a deception roll, but with advantage because you were only touching on it.
And both were 18.
Oh.
Could have done with those before. Though I wouldn't have got a fake certificate of authenticity. So.
That was really funny, though. I loved it.
Doesn't notice it at all.
It's basically just like, where'd you get that giant robot pangolin? Internet?
Where did you get the internet? Damn it!
Like wish.com, you know, like they could reach you out here with a weird knockoff robo pangolin.
It's witch.com, WITCH.
Oh.
They just summon it to you.
I'm into it.
Competitor for the Emporium.
Do you got any other questions of a nautical nature?
Nothing I can think of for the moment.
Well, we're going to be stuck on this boat for another week, so you've got plenty of time.
Goes back down to the party. I guess that's given Temper and Arena plenty of time to talk.
Yeah. As soon as Arena's done scolding, Mac
You
Pietro,
notice as you stop scolding Mac Pietro, Perrin leaving with a turtle with one huge turtle paw over the top and pushing him up the stairs.
Arena's like, good, he's talking to him. That's what we thought. That's what we had agreed on. But has no context of what is happening. And she's like, she just turns around and looks at Pietro. She's like,
I told you, don't go in there.
and then she turns back around to see if she can find Temper and Gatton wherever they are.
Do any of the not pirates on the ship play music?
Probably a few of them. I've got a sound to do in that off time on the ship.
Well, we're dancing then. We're doing a jig.
Okay. There's dancing going on. There's some lively music being done. Like one of the sailors is off to the side tapping out a tune on an empty barrel. A couple of the others are like pulling together whatever they can from like stored lockers and a couple of instruments coming out.
I think Arena will join in on the dancing.
Okay. Do you want to roll to dance off, or do you just want to dance?
Sure, let's do it.
I'm pretty sure that by suggesting that, I was going to make it happen, but yeah.
I'm probably really bad at dancing.
Okay, it'd be a performance roll.
Oh, God.
Perform off.
Just a 10.
13.
Nice.
Temper's dancing is fine, like it's reasonable.
I'm
But
having
like
fun.
Arena's pretty dexterous, and with her height, this is a pretty confined area. She's got a lot more room for body size to actually move about in, so she can use a lot more of the dance floor than you can, really, being stuck effectively in your 5-foot square. And so like Arena is a lot more fluid and like moving around, using a lot more of the like
the
surroundings. She does the robot, looks exactly like Mecha Pietro for a moment.
Good.
There's a couple of claps. People are definitely enjoying it.
Actually incorporates a minor illusion of Mecha Pietro. That's the trick.
Ooh. That's fun. I can do like little twirls. And I guess after we're done dancing, Arena's just gonna be like,
Well, that was fun. I have not gotten to dance in a long time.
Good to keep morale up, especially when you're racing away from soul-stealing sun elves.
Yes. I'm worried they're going to come back.
Yeah, but maybe we got a good enough start. Perrin pointed us in I think, what's a good direction. I mean, we have not hit any rocks yet, so bully for him.
You think we will hit some rocks?
It's possible. I mean, it is this area.
Have you been here before?
No, really, just heard about it. You hear a lot working for an information broker.
I would think so. You know a lot about a lot of things that I do not even know. And I read a lot of books.
I like to know a little bit of everything.
Me too. So, what were you doing in the school? It seemed like you were maybe like a librarian, what Gatton thinks, but I guess we never had a moment to really ask. I'm sorry.
I was on an enforced gap year?
can I insight check with it?
That is. Sure.
Okay. I mean, it's not my forte, but I'm suspect.
Yeah.
11.
It's not inaccurate, but it's definitely a polite way of saying something else.
It's spin. It's definitely spin.
Yeah. Gotta spin.
Right. The forest gap year. Oh, what does that mean exactly?
Right. So, my school, DOS College, sends people to towers, and there are exchange programs with other schools all around. And sometimes when you know what bureaucracy is. And sometimes when you piss off someone, they take you out of the program temporarily.
I see. So, what were you studying before?
Oh, all sorts of stuff. Magic, tower lore, and then some mundane stuff, just like history.
She like leans in and like looks around to see if anyone's paying attention, and then she's like,
What did you do to get forced gap year then?
Oh. Well, that was kind of fun. One of my professors, what is the polite way of saying it? Was a huge dick. And I mean, not
not in the good way.
not in the good way. And
Also
well,
on Tempest Kings.
and well, he well, not just him, no one really trusted me there, probably because of these and some other stuff about me and my background. But he just he wouldn't stop kind of picking at me, and we were in a meeting and he said something and I got up and slammed the door, but when I slammed the door, just everything behind it kind of blew up.
I don't think that normally happens when you close a door.
No, neither did he.
So, the professor is not there anymore?
Oh, no, he's there. He's just, embarrassed.
Oh, I see.
And a bit, I wouldn't say vengeful is the right thing. But I have an idea about how to circumvent him, so.
Interesting. That was not what I was expecting to hear from you.
What did you expect?
Don't really know, but not that.
I'm sure I'll be back in the program in no time.
I'm surprised if you blew something up that they would keep letting you be by books though, because you know, blowing up books would be really bad.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't pissed off at the books, at least.
I guess that kind of makes sense. A little bit. Not really though. I'm still confused about it.
I'm very persuasive.
Oh, I can imagine. I am not that good at being persuasive. Maybe you can teach me the way. I usually just keep talking until people do what I want them to do.
That is most certainly a tactic.
It is also a tactic to intimidate my little siblings, because they do not do anything I say to do unless I yell at them. You have any siblings?
I don't know.
How do you not know?
Oh, I'm an orphan, just was found by some nice people.
Oh, well, I'm glad that these nice people found you, because then I would not have found you, probably.
Yeah.
And maybe someday you will find your family then, and find out if you have.
That would be nice.
I have never seen someone with cool horns like you, though.
Yes, they get a bad rap, but I just think they're pretty. I think everybody just wants horns, is the thing.
Arena kind of like puts pretend horns on herself with illusion.
What color are they?
I should probably make them look exactly like Tempers.
Pretty.
How do they look?
They look lovely.
And like looks at herself in the reflection of like water or something.
I could see why people would like having horns. They're very pretty. You could also decorate them.
And I think Arena will give her like one of the flowers that lights up.
Yes. Trying to figure out whose flower dies now. It's probably Gatton's again, and you have to replace Gatton.
Yeah, I like wrap it around her little horn. You have a little mechanical flower on it.
It's like a tiny little like steampunk bulb with like some nice like metallic leaves.
That's so pretty.
I keep making these, and then the ones I made before keep breaking. So I'm sorry if the light does not last very long.
Oh, that's all right.
Well, I know you kind of got forced on this adventure, but if you ever need anything, you should always know you can come to me. Sorry if I was a little bit weird before. I was kind of busy doing something.
And she looks back over at Pietro.
Yeah, I pieced it together.
Pietro is currently having problems that Pietro is trying to like run between people's legs because it's quite confined, but forgets that Pietro is now bigger. Pietro hasn't got quite used to the extra size. Like it's like driving a car versus like riding a motorcycle. Like you're used to a certain size and then you're like, it's big, and keeps bumping into people's legs and knocking people over right now. So there's down the end of the hall you hear a like Wilhelm scream, someone falls over.
I should probably go check on that though. Thanks for dancing.
And Arena will scamper away. Her short little legs like running off.
Okay. Anyone else want to chat to anyone?
I'm still just keeping an eye. I'm both looking for the thieves' cant symbols and also listening to hear if I hear any stories within stories while people are talking around.
Okay. Yeah, make a perception check. With a 13, having a look around, the smuggling apartment you saw before is clearly marked as don't touch. There's also a couple of other places where you can see older Thieves' Cant symbols have been removed, but not a lot of effort's been put into it because they were removed in places internally. Several of them seem to reference firing positions, and it looks like this was much more privateer ship at one point, which was then repurposed.
I go to is the don't touch compartment the same one where I smelled that I like the spice was there?
Yeah.
I go ahead and open it, or try to.
Okay.
I don't break it. Like, I mean, I don't like boost, you know? If it's not like clear to me how it slides, I don't force
Make an
it.
investigation check. It's a low DC because you know where it is, but it will require an investigation check. It is,
But Sam, like,
carefully
bold of you to assume that I can't get lower.
Natural 1 for 1. Yeah, you know it's there, but it's so seamlessly integrated. Like, you can't find out how to open it.
But even before, when I smelled it as the wolf, it was spice. Like I was pretty sure.
It's some kind of spice, probably. Yeah. Like there's definitely the smell vaguely. You can see the symbol that marks that, but you're not sure where it opens or how. Like it's integrated into the section of the ship, so it's tough. You're pretty sure it's there, but you're not sure how to open it.
Yeah. No, I don't force it. It's just I'm trying to make the use of the information while I've got it. So that's basically what Gotten spends his time doing. Is still just like eavesdropping and snooping, essentially, but trying to hashtag act natural. Like,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You do probably overhear like a couple of the sailors who are having a conversation, which seems to be like a very nondescript conversation about the sea and the weather. But there is definitely an undercurrent of how much? 2 gold. 2 gold? You're kidding. Like there's some sort of under the table sale going on.
Yeah. Again, I don't tip my hand at all unless I hear something suspect, like, we'll cut their throats in the night and throw them overboard, or,
No. Everyone seems to be vaguely in
Right.
a kind of good mood. Like they came through an attack by something that everyone thought was relatively dangerous with flying colors, and they all got to be part of it when a lot of them were helping you firing the ballistas at the beginning. So everyone has there's a very high sense of camaraderie going on. Doesn't seem like anyone is making any plans to murder you in your sleep that you know of.
Well, I observe that, and when it's time to go for Arena to go to sleep, I activate sentry mode in front of the door, like I always do. Yeah.
All right.
I think this night Arena will probably just sleep with everybody else, not like in the other room.
Okay.
She cleans up the area that she was making a mess in. Her mama taught her well. She's a good guest.
Okay. So everyone.
At some point during the party, like as people are wandering by, they might catch the parent being like, "So there I was in the ruins of Gawaras. The undead tree had stepped out, using its roots as feet." And we'll carry on.
Okay, make me 3 deception rolls to see if you can pull off these 3 lies. DC 10. We're looking at the sailors.
Oh no!
Fail. Success. Success.
So
one of them goes
Okay.
wrong at a 6, but there's a 17 and a 14 to make up for it.
Overall, you do well. And towards the end of the night, Captain Frostbrook comes past, pats you on the shoulder, and gives you a gold piece.
Nice.
I count that as the gold piece I lost when it was eaten by a bird.
Don't worry, there are fish.
Hey, we haven't seen any robot animals in a while. I wonder if there's going to be like a mecha kraken.
You haven't
I
seen
mean, you've seen a mecha
robot
Pietro.
animals other than
Yeah,
Mecha
right.
Pietro? What?
Like, yeah.
You made that.
I mean,
well, that's
besides
just
the
a
one,
robot. That's not like
Yeah,
a weird.
that's kind of an
not
exosuit,
a
I
Horizon
guess.
Zero Dawn robot animal
Yeah.
creature.
Well,
Okay.
you know that you're
Yeah.
moving away from the area where they're found. They tend to be found.
Technically,
in
it can
Eastleigh.
do. It can exist on its
It can
own.
act independently.
Yeah.
We also saw
Um,
that weird nutrient paste oxen thing that was leaking. Remember that? We saw that
Oh yeah.
way back when.
Yep. They're a lot more common in northern Niceline and southern Niceline. You're now leaving Niceline on this voyage.
See, it
so
won't
you're
be
probably
that
moving away from
weird.
Okay. The one night's going to go past, so you can all get your hit die back, you get your HP back, and then Gatton, at the end of your long rest, you must spend a hit die. Bear in mind, you only get 1 hit die back, not all of them, technically, because you get half your hit die, rounded down, 1.
Hey,
So you start the new day. I assume you're going to lose one of your druid hit dice to the living armor.
yes.
Okay. We see that'll take a level of exhaustion, which is
No,
so much
no,
worse.
no. I'm out of the exhaustion business. No, thank you. No.
Yep.
Mm-mm.
So if you want
No
to mark
one
down one
wants
of your
your
hit
weird
die,
exhaustion BS. Get out of here.
Yeah. Nobody likes that. Nobody likes
if,
that.
if you just want to mark down your hit die in the middle of your sheet, then the next day, Perrin's helping a lot with the navigation, and especially at night, and it's going quite well. You seem to be making pretty good time. You're going dangerously close to some areas where there might be icebergs or possibly like high undersea islands that haven't quite reached the surface, so they can be quite dangerous for ships that are running low in the water. And luckily you're not running low in the water, and luckily Perrin's pretty good at navigating, so you do avoid most of them. The next night comes along.
I would just like to say, Perrin is the one that said out loud we were going to hit an iceberg. So, like, our death is your fault, Perrin. That's all I have to
There you
say.
go. The next night comes along, and you're all doing your thing. I assume Perrin's still probably working nights to help with the navigation and getting away from the Bright Cities as fast as possible. Everyone else, I assume, is just sleeping normally as well. And then, in the middle of the night, you all hear a sudden, and then the sound of several screams. And that's why we're going to take a break.
Did I get my long rest?
We had one night of long rest, and we had this night, which got interrupted.
Right.
So yeah,
okay.
you got your first night.
Okay, we're good. That's good.
Right then.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's totally fine.
Nice.
So
Again,
we're
I
gonna
can't
take-
drown, so I'm fine with this. I'm like, yeah.
We're going to take a short break. We'll have 8 minutes. In real life, we're using the quicker short break and quicker long rest rule. So you can take a short break in 8 minutes. So feel free to go spend some hit die, get back into your short rest things, and we'll be back after some lovely little trailers and fan art and stuff in a little bit and continue. Let's see how they die to icebergs.
everyone. Welcome. We have no GM. We get to take
Hooray!
That's where I put the
Rolling.
We
We
get
just
all the
Let me just
loot.
get the
All the
Tarask
loot
out.
for us. We just wipe everybody
We're
out.
level
Yeah.
20, yay!
But that would mean I've seen the Tarask. So eventually, when Wild Shape is fully grown, I'm like, ah.
Sorry, Tarask are not beasts, and you can only turn into a beast. So
We'll get you like true polymorph.
Well, welcome
True.
to part 2 of episode 12, or episode 12. So, I'm excited. Actually, I'm a little nervous because
People are screaming.
people are screaming. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
I'm excited, nervous. And
So-
we've kind of discussed that now I have the spear instead because it
Mhm.
is
Yeah.
dex
Uh,
based.
so
Turns out,
just-
yeah, the ranged element is dex based, so it's crap with
because
me.
it's not a thrown weapon, it's just ranged, so it is dex. Yeah.
But I can use,
Javelins are better.
Because you've got martial weapon proficiency, haven't you, Maggie? 'Cause
Yeah,
you're,
I have martial
battlesmith.
weapons.
Yeah.
I got it with
So it's
my last
effectively a spear. It's well taller than you, but you can still use it effectively. It's a spear, so it's like 5 foot long. It's got a blade on the end, which tapers into a point. So instead of just being a point, it also has a blade behind it, so you can use the side. So it's slashing or.
I actually don't have
piercing.
any melee weapons.
Yeah.
Like
There
I
you
have
go.
none on
Um,
my character sheet.
You don't have to be attuned to it to use that, but to use the ranged element, you have to be attuned. So you can attune to it if you want
I
before.
would have attuned to it the night before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In which case, you will be able to
Can
use
you-
the ranged element as well.
Add that to my sheet. I know you added it to Benthos.
Yeah, I need to actually make the handout for it, so
Okay.
I'll tell you what it is if it comes up, because you might not end up using it today,
Cool.
but otherwise I'll make the handout because I forgot
I'll
to. Sorry.
avoid using it today.
If it comes up, just go for it. Like, you will need everything you get. I'm going hard on
Okay.
you. So with that, you're all roused. You can hear people screaming above Perrin, because you're on the top deck. That'll be below you. And you can hear the sound of rushing water. I will need everyone to roll me their initiative.
Before we go too deep into this, I would just like to point out again that this is Perrin's fault.
I'm down with that. I'm down with blaming Perrin.
Mm-hmm.
What have I done?
You
Said
it.
out loud that this,
You
yeah.
said it.
Mhm.
Make sure you
Uh,
Don't know
select
it's
your
an
token
iceberg.
I do not see me on
all the way to the
here.
right.
You're in the
there
lower
we are.
deck next to Arena.
Gotcha.
I didn't even fail a perception roll, so can't be my fault.
Oh! Oh! Nice.
Well, someone's excited.
I like rolling high in initiative when I'm a bard.
Action economy matters, yep.
Yep.
All right. I gotta grab my. Where is my?
Historically, I actually haven't done terribly on initiative until now.
Oh,
I crit.
A crit.
Nice.
It's exciting.
Okay. I have hidden what's going on
Rude.
because all of you are unaware. So, with that, I should roll initiative for the captain.
And the icebergs, the sentient icebergs, yes.
The five.
Ascension
I mean, I do
iceberg.
Iceberg.
Summon
Oh.
iceberg, the level 6 spell. Captain Frostbrook.
There's a
Freedom and
Pokemon for that.
hmm
Independence. Okay, Arena. You roll out of your hammock onto your feet.
I'm not in a hammock.
Oh, you just probably on the floor, like
No,
amongst a load
I'm
of
sleeping.
stuff.
I'm sleeping in Gatten's. Gatten goes into bed
Aw.
form, and I.
Okay, you awaken
established that.
lying on the floor, and you're suddenly like, "What is that?" And you can hear the sound of rushing water on the deck above.
I shake
That's not a
Gatten.
good direction for rushing water to be from you.
I shake
No.
Gatten and start running, but I'm assuming he's probably gonna pick me up while I'm running.
Yep.
True.
So
you
I'm
are
gonna
you are
dash.
prone, FYI, so you start having to spend half your movement to get up.
Okay, I spend half my movement to get out. I use the rest to move. And
1, 2, 3.
you know, shout at Pietro to
Yeah.
follow.
Do you want to dash?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 1.
Try to get there as
2.
quickly as I can.
3, 4.
I just like shake Gatten.
I'm like, Captain, there's someone screaming. Come on, Pietro, let's
you
go see.
just make it in. As you burst through this door into the mid-deck,
With
where the
Pietro.
hatches for each of the, with Pietro.
Oh, could I be on Pietro so I could even get any further if I needed to?
Yes, you could use your move to mount Pietro. What's Pietro's movement?
40.
40. So Pietro has moved 50 to get to there, so has 30 more move.
Can we stop here for a moment to see what's happening?
Let me just double check.
Yeah.
You would have 25 more move because it took half Pietro's movement, which is more to get up. Anyway,
Gotcha.
Yeah, as you burst in through this door, I will make it visible.
I will make it visible? What is it?
Is that just a chunk of the ocean itself?
We're about to find out.
This
is water element.
swirling
Go
vortex
catch
of
it, water
water
elemental.
seems to have flowed in through one of the hatches, has absorbed two of the people who were standing there talking, and is currently spinning around in place. You can see them sucked inside, unable to get out, spinning in place and getting smacked against the side of the hull.
That's cheating.
Pietro has more movement.
Okay. Can I get off of Pietro? Right here?
I would say you probably can't get off and on Pietro in the same turn, otherwise it's basically free movement.
Can he like let me go? Oh, I see. And we'll stop here.
Alright, do you want to move like maybe 5 more feet to leave the door open so that people can get past you?
Yeah, sure. That's fine.
Cool. Effectively you're in the same square there.
Yeah. And I'll just I don't think I want to go. Well, these are all my friends, right? And then this is the baddie.
Yep.
Yeah, 5, 10. I guess Pietro could. Oh, Pietro couldn't get up there close enough.
Pietro could get like another 30 feet, so 1, 2,
Oh, he could
3,
get
4, 5. Yeah, he could get right next to it.
We should just risk it for the biscuit. Let's do it. I ride him
Okay.
on with Pietro.
You ride, I'm gonna put you off to the side, but you're on Pietro. And you're right up there next to him as they're like swirling around, trying to grasp out at you. You can see hands occasionally coming out of the water before getting sucked back in.
Okay.
That makes it Temper's turn. You kind of awaken groggily. You wish you had more sleep. You notice suddenly a gnome dashed past you on the back of a pangolin.
That's a sentence that you said out loud.
It is. There's the sound of rushing water on the deck above, and you can hear screaming.
Yeah, I'm gonna then follow.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would put you just outside the door. Oh, wait. You've got to get up, so you only have 15 movement.
Okay,
So
then
1,
I'll.
2, 3 gets you onto the stairs there. If you dash.
Yeah, I'll dash.
Okay. So you've got 25, 20, 15. You can see what's happening. You've got 15 feet of movement left.
Oh, okay. Okay. Cool. And I've used my actions. So, where's Arena? Is Arena with?
Arena's on top of the pangolin.
I'm all up in that water business.
Yeah.
Right here.
Okay. Arena, be careful, and you can have D6 of inspiration. My bonus action, and that's me done.
Okay, you have a D6 inspiration dice. Do you want to move 15 more feet anywhere?
I don't want to be close to it.
Move
But
off to
sure,
the
I'll
side.
just get like a better angle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Captain Frostbrook. Next to Perrin on the top deck, steering the ship, looks over at Perrin and goes,
That doesn't sound good.
and he's gonna 1, 2, 3, jump over the side, gonna make a dex roll.
It's somewhat embarrassing that Perrin reacted slower than the captain, who is a turtle.
Girl
50%
thing.
pirate, 50%
Hey.
slow meme.
Turtles? Not all turtles are slow.
Fine.
If this one is, that's part of the joke.
I know.
And I'm like, what was that? Walter, we're at sea, that's normal, right?
It's like glad to hear the slip and slide is functioning on the deck. It's gonna make everybody really happy.
Okay. As soon as he comes down there and sees what's going on, he's gonna spend his action to take a shot, and he's just gonna start shouting, "I got intruders on board!" Bloop. And he's gonna fire the hand crossbow, which hits, doing 4 piercing damage. You notice, Arena, that this bolt shoots over, hits the ball of water, and just kind of hits it, and then just starts floating inside it before falling out around the back because it's getting span. It did do some damage, like water splashes out of the thing. It didn't seem to do that much.
It's not forming little baby waters, though. So that's good. It could be worse.
That is definitely a concern that I have when I
Please
talk to
stop
water.
saying things like this out loud.
At least we're not attacked by the Kraken at the same time.
Stop it, Bentham!
What are you doing? What are you
It can
doing,
happen.
man?
Stop!
It can happen. Let me double check this. Each creature on a fail, if we're grappled. Okay, they're gonna attempt to get out. Let me just double check this, sorry.
The fighting deck's really living up to its name right now.
Yeah. Okay, they're gonna attempt to try and get out from the grapple. Which I believe, because they're restrained, they have disadvantage on. So, 1, 2, a 1, a natural 1, and a 3. Both of the crew inside continue to get shunted around. You see them getting span around faster and faster. Both of them sort of go grasping for air. Let me check something real quick.
I like that EE kind of almost has a beard of all of the bits.
I was about to say, he does
Do I?
have a beard. I'm confused.
No, I
Gotta
There
like
we go.
stick
of
it
all
forward.
the bits, yeah. Whenever he leans forward, it looks like, and like he leans like this, like he's now. It kind of almost looks like
Yeah, it's grey as well.
a beard of bits.
It's like a centibeard.
Oh, right. Yep.
I like the usage of emotes in their chat.
Both of them inside this pool of water grasp at their throats. And then they just seem to be flung around, no longer actually resisting it. They both drop to 0 HP.
But not dead yet.
They appear to be possibly dying.
Drowning. Okay.
Them dudes dead. By the time we've
No,
killed this thing,
I
they
can
will
heal.
have run out of... I mean, I guess you could heal them back up and they return to being drowning in a pool of water.
The rest of them, without any like direct order or with any direct leadership, are just gonna sprint away. This one sprints up to here. This one opens the door, closes the door. And this one like runs out onto the roof.
Did they just nope? They open the door and they're like, nope.
Yep. They're like, what's going on? Nope. One of them runs out, and Perrin, you see them run out onto the deck. They're like, there's something down below. It's a mind of water. It's attacking people. It's killed 2 of them. You, can you help them?
I'm just like, what's going on?
The others are kind of just gonna go up to Gatton and try and rouse Gatton because they saw Gatton being a giant wolf the other day.
They just 4 dudes around getting like, save us!
Yeah. They're like, look, this is not our problem. You're the dude.
I mean, I do that too.
No, it's
so-
literally your problem, though.
They're trying to shake him awake, but they can't move him at all.
Perrin, you're up.
You're like trying to shake him and he doesn't
Okay.
budge.
Going
and
down
I'll
the
get
stairs,
initiative.
can I kind of like step diagonally off to save distance, or does that not work? Would I have to make a roll?
Where do you want to step diagonally off?
So I'm there. Can I step there in one, or is that two?
You can do that. If you want to just go over the side to here, you can, but it will require a acrobatics check.
I'm not good at that, so no.
Okay, yeah,
One,
you can do diagonal.
2, 3, 4. Can I do diagonal there?
No, because it's a corner. You'd have to go around the
Okay.
corner.
5, 6. Damn it. Does that mean I'm stood there or I'm stood here? Are they the same spot?
No, they're not the same square.
Damn it. Okay, I'll just sprint so I'm in there.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I just like I get to the stairs and I'm like, and then I'm like, I guess I run at it and draw the sword and hit the water with the sword. I don't know. That's where I end up.
Okay. That means it is now its go. The elemental is going to, and the two inside it are dead. It's going to just drop them. And seeing the pangolin with the rider right in front of it, it's going to move forwards.
Nom.
No, don't eat me.
Advance layer to back. There we go. Okay. And then it is going to try and recharge an ability.
Please don't. No.
Which has come back.
No.
So it's going to use Whelm.
Hey, remember you have inspiration if you need it.
Each creature in the elemental space, which is Pangolin and Arena,
And
must make
Pietro,
a strength
all of us.
Pietro's inside
Okay.
Pangolin bot, so you're okay on that one.
Okay.
Must make a DC 15 strength saving throw. So if you make the strength saving throw, please.
Okay. I'll do Mecha Pietros first. They do not get anything for strength. They get plus to athletics, but this is just pure strength, right?
This is strength saving throw, so if they don't have it marked as a saving throw, it's just strength.
Dex and conditions. Dex and con.
Yeah.
19!
Passes.
Mecha Pietro.
Nice.
Okay. Now me. I have a -1 to strength. So I'm definitely gonna need that. That's 1d6, you said?
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna need to use
Can you
that.
spend it on saving throws?
Yes. Oh, you got it.
Okay, as it comes
Don't
in,
even need it.
15!
huge whirling vortex of water that just barrages through. Like, it fills up the deck top to bottom. Just this wall of water comes at you.
I take a
And
glass
with
and
that,
I put some
you
of it in
feel
and I
yourself
drink it.
you feel yourself being pulled in as it's getting harder and harder to push away from the water. But, like, you grab hold of one of the supporting beams as Mecha Pietro just trudges backwards, not too worried. And you just pull yourself out, backflip over, and land. You don't get sucked into it. On a failure, it takes bludgeoning damage, blah, blah, blah.
That
It's
could have been
successful, you're
dangerous, you
pushed out of
guys.
the space. You are pushed out of the space, so you will end up here. And I'll say that you end up off the pangolin as well, because you
Okay.
can't...
I get like
you're
splash,
partially
like the
pulled
water
in and then-
splashes me. Or can I do like
yeah,
a dex
'cause, like-
save, or an athletics save to like hold on or something?
If you want to, you can. It's up to you.
Sure. Why not?
Alright, make an athletics roll.
See how badass I am. 13.
13. Yeah, you can stay on.
Yes.
Okay.
Can't knock me off. My Mega Pangolin.
That was its action, so it's very disappointed in itself.
As it should be.
Oh.
Yeah, the Warforged is going to act. This one is going to run 1, 2, 3, 4.
This will definitely
5,
show up in his
6,
performance review next year.
7, 8, 9.
It's not getting a performance review next year.
Are you sure? It might just jump back in the water.
3, 4, 5, 6. Can make an attack roll. So, one of the Warforged Independents manages to run up to it, noticing
Go,
that you've
Independence.
just pulled out of the way. Independence, shink, a blade comes out of the arm, and you see it actually extend out of the arm, and then just drives it home.
Nice.
A 20 and a 14. Both hit. It does 9 and 8 points of damage both times, chopping into it, and you see water splashing out. Doesn't seem to do that much damage, though. That makes it Efgetinya C.
These dudes are like, wake up, wake up, wake up. And he like
I
doesn't
tried to
move,
wake you up
doesn't move.
too.
Yeah, and then it's just like, wild shape into a wolf and like head out. Can I get to it in time?
Okay, give me a sec. And then minus that. Okay. Right, you want to wild shape into a wolf. Gonna grab the wolf.
Are you raging?
Get up the
at all?
stairs.
It depends on whether or not I can get to it or whether or not I'm gonna
yeah,
rage.
Sorry, if you wolf, you will not be able to fit up the stairs because they're narrow. If you want to turn to I wolf, you're too big.
Well then, I just get as close to it as I can.
1,
And then you
2,
turn into a wolf.
3, 4,
Just kidding.
5, 6. You'll be just outside the room. If you dash, you can get into the room and then be a wolf.
Because that'll be movement, then dash action, then wild shape.
Yeah, so it'll be movement, action, bonus. So you should be able to do all of that, provided you use your action to dash.
Believe it or not, I'm going to movement, dash, and then rage, not wild shape.
Okay. You can be in combat with it if you want.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Cool. You right in next to Independence, right next to it, next to your pangolin friend on the side. Independence on one side. You've got the full line of constructs here.
Activating combat protocols.
As soon as you arrive.
And they both like go to fist bump you on either side. You can do the double fist bump.
Oh, nice. And Arena says,
Be careful, it tries to eat you.
Oh, and Arena is on the back of the pangolin still.
Right. I
There we go.
just tap the breastplate and I'm like, get in line.
Arena, you're up.
okay. I am going to. I'm going to touch it. I'm going to touch it, and I'm going to use Shocking Grasp on it. Electricity and water. That sounds perfect, right?
Cool.
Go for
It's
it.
Probably-
either gonna be really effective or make it worse for the rest of it.
I don't know. We'll find out. 12.
Pokemon.
Oh,
Okay, no,
come
let's do it.
on. Oh, I can
Unfortunately,
use.
as you
I can use the 1d6 though,
Yeah,
right?
you
it's
can
on
use
attack
the-
rolls as well.
Yep, attack rolls, ability
Really?
checks, and saving
I mean-
throws.
My turn. Might as well.
That
16.
brings it to a 16. That is a hit.
Yes!
Yes.
Think of me.
As you lean out to try and catch it, and you catch just a little bit of the foam as it goes around. You see the lightning discharge into it, and it recoils backwards just a little bit. It doesn't do a huge amount of damage, but it definitely does seem like that hurt it.
Okay.
Nice.
You're like a handshake buzzer.
It's lightning damage.
Yeah. Yep. Anything else for your turn?
I am gonna have Mecha Pietro attack with my bonus action.
Okay.
And it is going to do Force Rend. $22.
That is a hit.
10 slashing.
Nice.
And that's non-magical, right?
I mean, it is a magical creature that I'm creating, but I don't think so.
Yeah,
It's
it's
just-
non-magical.
yeah.
Okay, in which case that is a hit. And
It's
you
just
see
slashing
Mech
damage.
Pietro, shink, 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 bit of water splashes out, but doesn't seem to do as much as you expect.
What if I give Mecha Pietro the spear?
It is not proficient with it.
Oh, it's true.
And also, I'm not sure its hands are made for it, but you could maybe try.
I just thought about it now.
It is also int 3. It doesn't know how to use tools.
Int
Aw.
4. Come on,
4,
give him
okay,
the extra.
still doesn't know how to use tools.
I'm just kidding.
This is one of those times that like you can only apply so much logic because it's capable of piloting a mecha but not stabbing with a sharp stick, you know? Like, I mean, I get the rules say that, but when you're like, wait, but what though?
I mean, the rules also say it's not capable of piloting to a mecha. We just thought it would be cool, so.
I think that's all I could do.
Speaking of cool.
So okay. I don't want to ask that, so I shan't. Temper bites her tongue till some blood comes out, spits it on the floor, mutters something in Infernal, and I'm gonna cast Bane on the water elemental, so it needs to make a charisma saving throw.
So charismatic. I got a 14.
Damn it!
What's your DC?
13.
Oof.
That's fine.
Yeah, you reach out the magic and you try and connect with it, but somehow it just manages to wrench away from it and it doesn't connect.
Okay. Who do I want to give that to? You're both strong. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm gonna hang on to that in case I need my reaction. Yep, that's me done. I'm not getting closer to it.
Okay. Captain Frostbrook. 1, 2, 3. It's gonna get in there. Everyone's just gonna surround it.
Yeah, there's an open space.
That's why I'm not using my thunder magic.
And then swings with the longsword and the bow. Both hit. And crit with the longsword. So does 4 points and 15 points. You can see again the crossbow discharge at point blank and then swings in, hacking with the sword. It's not really finesse, it's very much just hacking, just splashing water out of it. Again, not as effective as you expect. That brings us to the commoners who are going to run. Those commoners are dead. Perrin, you're up.
Are they like dead?
Commoners don't get to make death saves.
Damn. Shame, because I could just be like, and boop 1 point of life, boop 1 point. Am I able to gauge how injured this ball of water is? Is that a thing?
Vaguely, I would give you indications when you get it below half health. Currently, it looks like you've hurt it a bit, but it doesn't seem to be impeded anyway.
Okay, I'm gonna go ham with this one. I'm gonna pull out all the stops. Okay.
Do you want to move like another 5 foot around? Because I just realized that you actually got a mast in the way.
Okay, yeah. Should I like step on one of the commoners, or is that corner good?
Step on a commoner, why not?
Okay, fine.
I'm just gonna shunt the commoners over here. They're very dead. You just kick the commoner bodies over. You're like, you're dead now.
Okay. Yes, I use my bonus action to Vow of Enmity. I utter a Vow of Enmity against a creature I can see within 10 feet of me, using my Channel Divinity. Again, advantage on attack rolls against the creature for 1 minute until it drops to 0 hit points or falls unconscious.
How do you vow? As this water entity throws out 2 dead bodies who have obviously drowned, you can see that their like eyes are just open, bloodshot, their like throats slightly distended, and you see water pouring out of their mouths as they land on the deck. It tries to swallow your friend Irina and Pietro, and they manage to just about pull away. Water is swilling through the deck, moving around. What do you do?
In the name of Erithus and my fallen crewmates, I will slay you.
Okay.
Oh, that's who you worship.
You just stand in the corner like, I knew it!
Not now, Temper!
When you do it, is there anything
take a swing
visible?
with
Like,
the great
does the weapon all of a sudden sheen or something?
No, it's like almost like a religious spiritual connection between it and you. Like you realize this is the vow of your vengeance.
I think I just start looking particularly vengeful. I mean, my hair bristles a bit, slightly anime.
Yeah.
So I get an advantage attack. 18.
That's a hit.
On a hit, two things happen. One of
Okay.
them is the consequences 1. Once per long rest, when I hit a target with a melee weapon attack, I can learn either its vulnerabilities, resistances, immunities, or condition immunities. I think I want to know vulnerabilities.
Okay, it has no vulnerabilities.
Balls. Worth a shot.
I now
should
get
have
a
asked for
1d4
resistances.
on all attacks against you. Thank you.
Yeah, you do. It's fine. And then also, I activate Divine Smite.
Okay. So it's
So
firstly
damage is 14.
14. The blade hits it and doesn't seem to do that much damage, but as the blade is sinking in, do you want to roll your Divine Smite?
Wait, is it still 2 die? Was there? I saw there was a level thing, but I don't know if that does anything.
It's still 2d8.
No,
I
it
think.
should still be 2d8. You're using level
Okay.
1 spell slot, right?
It just asked me what level I was at, and
Yeah. No, it's asking for the level of your spell slot you're using. We've only
Right.
got level 1. So like
one
the
of those
sword
is a
punches-
2, so I can re-roll, right?
Yeah.
Oh, did you
That's
end up
what we're
taking
using.
that? Because remember we talked about it and
Yeah,
you
yeah.
ended up. Okay, cool.
So that's actually 13.
Dang!
Okay.
That's a
So
total
that
of
as the
27
sword
damage in
plunges
one
in, you
That's what I
swing
was
the
telling you.
sword down,
Paladins are crazy.
The sword hits it and sinks in and water splashes out, but doesn't seem to do that much. But as you bring that power through and you utter that mention of Erithis, the sword, with a shudder, a blast of grey light splashes through and the water actually... There's like a pulse wave goes through it and out the edge, quite a lot of the water just splashes off.
No
So
baby waters,
that-
though, right?
No baby water. So what did you get
Stop
for
touching
the
fate.
total on the Divine Smite?
Like, please stop saying that.
The total for the Divine Smite was 13.
13.
Wait, no, 15. Wait, 13. 13. Yep, 15.
13. Okay, and then minus 13. Okay, let's go. Gonna see if it gets this thing back. Because it really needs it. It does not. Okay, Perrin really hurt it. So with that, as it swirls around, it's going to change direction, and instead of continuing on towards Pietro and towards Arena, you can see the momentum shift, and then, Perrin, at your side, the water shoots forwards and smacks in your direction. It's going to make 2 slam attacks.
And it gets extra damage against me because they did it bad.
Is it extra damage or extra to hit?
Oh,
To
it's
hit.
extra to hit.
Yeah. So I got a 16. Is that a hit?
Macy is 16. I can't remember if that counts.
That is a hit. And
Damn
a
it.
natural 1. So
I'll
the first
cut in
one,
words that 16.
You
with my
can if you want.
reaction. Yeah, I'll do it. God, what do you say to it? You have very little substance. Somehow it misses.
And as the water elemental is about to smack into Perrin, this huge blow that looks like it's going to do a fair chunk of damage, the water elemental hesitates, and you can see it quivers a little bit, and you get the feeling that it's just very confused. It doesn't understand what you said. And momentary pause gives Perrin enough time to shift his weight back and avoids the blow. Warforged, Independence, and then Freedom is going to slot in next to. And they're going to make loads of arm blade attacks. 1, 2, 3, 4. A crit, a 22, a 24, and a natural 1. So that's a total of 13, 6, and 5, as both of them go to town. Sorry, the water elemental ends its turn by moving to there. So Perrin would get.
It's not provoking attack of opportunity. Well,
Perrin will.
we were all surrounding it, so I mean,
Oh no, you're in it now.
I don't know if that's bad, but okay.
Probably not good. Well, actually, for you, it's probably fine because you can breathe underwater.
I just don't breathe, period. But either way, yeah.
I mean, true, yeah. That's I meant. You don't have to worry
Yes, I
about
cannot drown.
You don't have to worry about drowning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess since Bentham isn't here, it doesn't actually matter too much, so I'll leave it. I'll just do the damage now, because it doesn't actually make a huge difference, because most of you just don't need to breathe.
Yep. In theory, well, he with his attack of opportunity,
I'm back.
might be.
What was it?
he-
I'm back.
It doesn't matter, it's fine.
Okay.
well, but if he gets an attack of opportunity, he can smite it again. So it might matter.
It wouldn't necessarily know that, though, so it won't make the move. There we go. It seems like it's pretty hurt by all those arm blades attacks, even though they aren't doing too much damage. It just seems the sheer number is doing good service. Gatton, you're up.
I'm actually gonna swing with the sword.
Okay, you're
Yeah,
raging,
since-
so
yeah. Let's see.
Get it.
that's a hit.
Hey,
Reaping blade.
reaping blade. Oh, hang on. I'm finally learning my lesson here.
Okay, so with
11.
that, you swing down the blade and smack into it, and you see it looks like the water has actually pulled up the blade in places and repelled in others, and it just splashes it apart as it hits. It does seem like that actually hurt it quite a lot.
Ooh, nice.
That is it for me, though.
Okay. Arena, you're up. You can see the water in front of you is actually starting to become like less coherent as it's flowing around, and you see foam and gaps in it as it's trying to maintain coherency.
I'm gonna touch it again.
Okay.
And then Mecha Pietro is going to slash you with my bonus action.
Okay.
18.
That's a hit.
Yay. One lightning damage.
It still seems like it does damage. It's just you keep catching like the very tip of the water and like bits of foam rather than actually hitting the elemental itself.
Okay. And then he's going to force rend. Or try. No, fail.
Natural one.
Natural one.
Unfortunately, misses.
Can I jump down?
Sure, you'll take an attack of opportunity.
Oh, no, I'll stay.
Okay. Temper, you're up.
I was like, there was a reason I was staying there.
I mean, I know it's probably not going to do much, but I just don't want to be over there where things are drowning and making strength saves. So, can I just shoot it with my hand crossbow?
You might want to actually. It's surrounded by people. It's going to have.
Can I
pretty good
back
cover.
up the stairs to get higher?
A little bit, yeah. I'd say it would still have half cover then, but
Okay.
because it's quite a low deck. But I
Yeah.
would say it's probably half if you're on the stairs.
Yeah, so it only gets plus
Okay.
2 to AC then.
Gotcha. Okay, so I will try to hit it. It's not my expertise. Yep,
Oh,
that's why.
Natural one. As you fire the bolt, it just like you've misloaded the crossbow, and the
Yeah,
bolt
that's-
just flies out end over end. Just goes. Ting, ting, ting.
Good.
oh, is it a crank one?
It was
Sure.
a crit one. Yep.
Like a crank. I
Yeah.
haven't seen a hand crossbow that's a crank one in a long time.
Captain Frostbook, however, rolls a natural 20
Yes.
on his hand
Good.
crossbow,
Yeah,
and also
do it.
hits with the longbow, doing
Killing
a
it.
whole load. Yeah, like 11 and 13.
Yes.
Captain, get it.
Captain.
Captain, my captain.
As he's just laying into it, he's like, I'm gonna cut all this. Looks over at Temper. You're meant to load it properly first. You know, it goes in the
Give me
pointy
a
end
break. I
towards the
carried
enemy.
your whole ship last time.
Fine, I'll let you off this time. That brings us to the commoners, and they run or are dead, and then Perrin.
Okay, I'm gonna take another swing. I've got advantage because the thing I did before. The vow. Yep.
Dang.
20.
That's a hit. Oh,
And
Maggie, you could have moved if you want because it loses its reaction because of shocking grasp.
Oh yeah, I would like to move to where Temper is. Like, move
Would
over
you like to be on
to...
the stairs next to it so like you can get the not terrible
Ooh,
shot?
yeah, sure.
Okay.
Is it still looking in good shape?
No, it's pretty hurt. Like it's
Okay.
barely holding together.
I'll just do the basic damage of the greatsword then.
Alright.
I can
You
reroll
reroll the
one of
one?
those. Greatsword is d6s.
Extra 2 points. That's 11.
Hey, yeah, hey,
11.
excuse me. You're a vengeance paladin. None of this restraint nonsense. Blast that thing.
I'm saving it for potential other vengeance.
Thank you
He
for
hoards his
remembering that.
vengeance.
So as the sword swings in, it's like it's not quite like actually sword play. It's more like just playing baseball with your sword because you're just smacking
Just
water out
flailing
of
the
it.
sword round
You're
in
just
the
like,
water
smack,
till you hit
smack,
something important.
Smack, splash, splash. There's nothing important. You're just smashing water out of it. So you're just going back and forth, just paddling water. Let's go. Let's see if it gets its thing back.
I mean, Caligula. Now we know why Caligula declared war on the ocean.
It didn't get its thing back.
Good. No drowning for you, sir.
It's going to make 2 attacks. It's going to make 1 attack against Gatton, because Gatton really badly injured it. And 1 attack against Perrin, because Perrin already badly injured it. It's not smart enough to coordinate its attacks. So against Gatton, and then
Rage
Perrin,
water. Wait, is this thing made out of whiskey? Just fire water.
19 and a 25.
Oh.
That hits.
Is it bludgeoning?
Yes, so Gatton,
I
you take
has a
17 bludgeoning.
I has
You
a
halve that,
resistance.
You take 8.
Mm-hmm.
And then Perrin, you take 12 points of bludgeoning.
Okay.
As both of you are smacked from either side, as it just expands, water smacking both of you hard. You can feel something break, and you just get back up. The Warforged soldiers, they're gonna swing.
This is why we always smite Perrin.
Perrin got a
Is
Perrin.
fair.
Hit, miss, hit.
I'm just worried something else is gonna come out, like,
Six.
come
5.
bursting out of the
5.
water behind
Why I
me. or
didn't
something.
cast another spell.
They just
Always
laying
be
into
ready
it,
for
water
that to
splashing
just be a
everywhere.
scout.
Garn, you're up.
I will attempt to take a swing.
Okay.
Swing and a...
That's a hit.
Hey,
Yes.
that's a better say. I don't want to say anything to jinx it. I'm all like,
I, for those of you who are
didn't have-
saying
oh, yeah,
I can
10.
use it to deflect attack, I can, but the person has to be within 5 feet of me, and Perrin is not. Oh, but Gatton is.
Oh.
Okay. 10.
Smashes into it. This time you can see it really doing a lot of damage. The thing is barely coherent as the water is splashing around the deck, just reeling out anyone who gets close. Arena, you're up.
Well, I will just say, because I don't know on the map, like I actually move forward, like I try to enter it, like on purpose, like I'm like bang, and just like walk forward.
Let
Yeah.
me check.
Yeah, you can't drown me, so I'm doing it more for that's like me trying to be like, look at me, look at me.
Narratively, you're like trying to push forwards into it, but it's swinging out and like it's hard to actually get into it. But you're pushing forwards and actually
Right.
you're pushing the line. You're definitely showing off. Arena.
Okay. I am going to pull out my light crossbow
Okay.
and fire.
Judah!
Fire!
Clever girl.
15.
Would have hit except for the fact that Gatton's in the way, so it impacts the back part of Gatton's breastplate and sticks in. It's just a very awkward moment when you're like, whoops.
Sorry, Gatton. And then I'm going to have Pietro attack again.
That's it?
23
Nice.
with 4 damage. Not the highest, but
Okay. But still, it's looking pretty hurt now. Temper, you're up.
I'm gonna try to shoot it again.
Okay.
It's just all my thunder stuff would hurt everyone that is near it, so I'm not doing it. I'm not. So yeah, let's try to shoot it again and see what happens. Woo! 8.
This time you hit like one of the lamps that's hanging from the ceiling, and you just hit it, and like oil just sprays over the back of Independence.
I'm getting better. You can't deny it.
That's
Please
true.
get
It's a
better somewhere else.
small bit. Oh, and if it does matter for you, EE, my crossbow is magical.
Yeah. Don't worry, I already know.
Okay.
Temper's got to calibrate the sight. That's what's going wrong. So, oh no, bit to that.
Oh yeah, I
no,
never
hit
use
them,
this
hit that,
thing.
No, hit them.
And Frostbuck is going to lay in with the hand crossbow, and the longsword misses, but does hit the hand crossbow. The longsword, unfortunately, like swinging it back and forth this time, like gets it lodged in the bottom of the mast next to him. Has to yank it out. The hand crossbow itself fires, and you can see the arrow go in and splash. Commons run away. Perrin, you're up.
Attack with sword.
Okay. That's a hit.
24.
Nice.
Are you divine smiting? You need to tell me.
No,
Okay.
I'm being
8, reroll
stingy. I
2.
get to reroll 1.
Plus
It
3,
becomes
that's
11.
11. You can see that, like, as you smash the sword into it, huge gouts of water just splash over the deck. It's barely held together, mostly just foam and, like, bubbles and bits of water that have got kind of, like, bits of spittle from where the previous sailors drowned in it. It's a mess right now. It's gonna act, and it's gonna check if it gets its thing back. It does not again!
Mwahaha.
It's gonna swing out, this time at Perrin with both attacks.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Because
no.
it knows Perrin. It has a plus D4 on all attacks.
Smoked. How much HP you got?
And it gets plus D4 on each of these attacks.
So I got a 22 and a 17.
Those are both hits.
Okay.
I'll use my cutting words on the second one, the 17.
Okay. Roll the 7.
Yeah,
the
I gotta
D6.
roll it. Damn it! Still gonna
16
hit
still
you.
hits. Perrin, you
Nice
take
try.
10 bludgeoning,
Okay.
and then you take 14 bludgeoning.
Hold on.
That puts me at -8.
Yep.
Oh no, it's on myself. Never mind.
Perrin, you are, as you like go to pull the sword out, it rushes up the sword and plunges against your chest, knocking you backwards. And as you catch yourself off the ground, it forms into this huge wave, smashes over you, crumpling you against the deck. There's an almighty as you hear timber breaking, and you start bleeding out as your ribcage is crushed against the deck.
I should not have used the consequences power, because it wouldn't have I'd still be standing if
Yeah.
I hadn't used that.
Yeah.
And I learned nothing from it. Nothing.
You're
should've
taking
asked
the
that
wrong
question.
lesson from this. What you should have done was smite it twice.
That was-
I'm
Okay.
a hoarder too. I understand.
I have played hundreds of hours of Skyrim. I've never once used a spell scroll.
Who are
Independence
you?
is going to
What if I need it later?
an attack of opportunity.
Oh no. Just make another one or buy another one.
Sorry, free. Independence is going to take an attack of opportunity, which misses,
No.
and is going to start dragging Perrin away from it.
Oh, I'm no. I'm gonna run over there. I have short legs.
And the other one's going to make a couple of attacks.
I wish putting a negative in my hit points made the bar go backwards out of my health bar. Instead, it doesn't do that.
And 13 with both. That is bad. Okay, that makes it Gatton. Gatton. Oh, there we go.
Blade.
That's a hit.
I went for the roll before the unmute. I'm like, let me just.
It has 1 HP. You really should have used your smite, Bentham. Gatton, how do you want to do this?
I just look at this thing like crushing Perrin, and I just say, I believe I've identified his vulnerability. Whoops! Just smash it with the sword.
You just run into it, and as it's going to overwhelm you, bring the sword down. There's a huge explosion of water, and everyone in the entire deck is just... Except for Arena and Temper, who, standing on the stairs as they are, they're just like up to their like toes, or
Just
on
get
Arena,
like a
your
lat
knee,
mist.
just water, just
that
and there's a
dewy look.
mist. Like you're at the bottom of like a roller coaster watching people come down. There's just a
Incredible.
And I just shove one of my good berries in Perrin's mouth that gives him a hit point. Like,
I'm gonna, just in case he rolls really badly on death saves, I will be doing this by the book.
Right.
So you've used your action. If you want to do your move and stuff, it is gone.
well, I mean, are we out of combat?
Still in combat time because he could bleed out if he rolls badly.
Well, hang on a second.
You have movement.
Yeah, but hold on. Ending rage is a bonus action, right?
I would need to check rage.
No, I believe so.
Probably.
I'm not going to. Hang on, I just do need to verify one thing.
Yeah, it's a bonus.
Yeah, that's a bonus.
Hang on, sorry. This it might be relevant, especially if my special little guy might be about to meet his maker. Let's see.
Your special little guy.
I said my
It's your
special little guy. He is. He's my special little guy. It doesn't say. It doesn't say whether is feeding someone a potion an action or a bonus action?
Action.
Then yeah, that's it for me because I can give him a good berry even if I break the rage to cast cure on him. It'll I can't do it now, and he might be right. There might be something worse, so I'm actually not gonna drop the rage. That's it for me. You know what?
Okay.
What I will do, I will turn and look and try to figure out where it came from. Did it come over the deck or did it like bust through the hull?
It looks like one of the what's it called? The flaps that where they shoot out the hatch. It wasn't like fully locked down. It looks like you can see just about an inch gap where it's just against the wind. It looks like it came in through that.
Yeah, I head towards where it came in. Yeah, and that's it for me.
Okay. Arena, you're up.
I am going to run towards him. 5,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You'll be 10 shot.
No, I can dash.
Yeah, you can dash.
Yeah, so 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah, I can make it right up to
bonus
him.
action healing?
I got you.
I can't bonus action heal.
I got you, boo.
I don't think. I think it's like a full action for me.
Unless you've got healing word.
But I do have a potion.
Action.
Yeah.
Okay, in which case...
Well, I guess I stand back then if...
Oh, these bodies are on the ground, like you can walk over them. That's
Okay,
not a problem.
alright,
These aren't.
alright, cool,
I'm gonna just move them off the side. They're very dead.
We have just trampled all over these corpses.
You really have.
I
Tempo.
didn't.
Oh yeah, by we I mean me and the robot.
Temper, you're up.
Yeah. So I was in the midst of like clapping for Gatton, like so impressed. And then I see Perrin on the ground. Perrin, stop being a drama queen. Get up. I will cast Healing Word, and there's like a pink glow around your chest, and it just kind of reverse compresses out.
You see, like each individual ribs, some of them like poking out of the skin, just start going plop, 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 and the roll it.
5.
5. There you go.
I would just like to say, you know, since fair is fair, for all the sass I talk about the Roll20 RNG, none of us missed in that combat. So every time I was like, okay.
I would like to talk about my RNG of having an ability that recharges on a 4+ on a D6, and it never recharged. Except the very
No,
first
it
turn.
recharged once.
It
Yes.
recharged on the first turn of combat because it used it when I got in on NPCs.
Right. So hey, fair is fair. There you go. I have to point it out.
Yeah, Perrin's like, ribs. Some of those definitely still aren't in place. And then I'm gonna start dumping all my healing stuff on myself.
Arena's just like, are you okay?
I think I'll be fine. Hang on.
She'll just like help
Cure
you.
wounds. That's 10.
Arena, someone is trying to call you via sending stone. Would you like to accept the call?
I will listen to the message.
Yes.
I dumped my lay on hands. I have 2 of that left, and I'm at full health.
In what is heavily accented common, you get, I do not know who you are, but you have trespassed upon our land. This is our water. You will not come near it, and we will find you, and we will exact our vengeance. Your false gods will be deposed, and we will destroy you.
I just put the stone back in my pocket. And I look at the captain and I'm like,
I don't think they like us being here.
Aye, I got that when they tried to kill a lot of my crew, and they've now been successful with 2 of them.
Is there another way to get around to the location we're trying to go without having to be near the waters here?
He looks at you just a bit confused for a second. He's like,
We have to go over the ocean. The only other way would be go around the back, and then you walk over land in an Arctic environment for like over a week, trailing across an open, barren Arctic desert. Plus, we're over it anyway. They probably sent that because it can swim through the water at a rate much faster than we can go in our ship.
Okay.
Well, let's hope that's the only one.
I don't
Hopefully.
think it is.
I
Can't
mean,
really keep.
those things are scary. They get on board your ship, they'll sink you, they'll drown people in an enclosed environment like this.
you can tell he is impressed. Like, the look on his face is very, like, wary. Maybe he underestimated all of you guys.
You can't really watch for them either.
No, can't really distinguish them from the sea.
Guess we can batten down the hatches.
Good, just kind of keep stalking around until the rage ends, you know, because he doesn't have much longer. Just making sure, like
he's just wolf stomping. I'm angry.
Sun's going down.
The rage ends, like, the turn after, as you have made no attacks that done damage. and
Pietro
taken no
tries
damage,
to
but
pet
yes.
you.
Calm
Boom!
down.
There you go. One
Calm
more
down,
round. Right? Yeah.
friend.
No, right.
Also, yeah, that was gonna have to be more dangerous in future. That's fine.
You
with
know,
that,
it's so rare that honestly, at the risk of being meta, it's so rare the dice break in our direction. Like, it could have just as easily absorbed her, just as easily failed her save. She's drowning. I'm missing. Parents KO'd. Like, I mean, that's normally how this goes. It just so happens we caught a lucky break this time, and our lucky breaks still involve Perrin getting laid out.
Hey, at least Perrin got laid out.
I will add water elementals to the list.
You might say he got a little wet.
Thank you all for tuning in.
Bye.
Bye. Just remember, kids, it's always time for more banging.
Okay. So with that, the 2 sailors who drowned are buried at sea. Does anyone attend the little ceremony?
Arena
Yeah.
does. Arena does a little prayer for the Raven Queen, but quietly, because she thinks that these weird elf people might hear her.
I would just like to say, as a standing order, every night before we sleep, I make good berries. Because they last 24 hours. So it's like right before I'm going to get my spell slots back anyway. I'm like, good berry, shut down.
If you have the spell slot, yeah.
Mhm.
Makes
However,
sense.
if you're attacked in the night, you'll be down a spell slot, but you'll be up a good berry.
Ah. Mhm.
I
Cure, what
think-
ails you?
As we're watching the funeral, while Arena says her prayer to the Raven Queen, I think Temper says, I guess, kind of a prayer or some kind of like good luck saying or good passage saying in Infernal.
Anyone speaking fun?
Nope.
She says something in language that sounds very, like, hard, like flowing with lots of S's into very hard consonants. The ceremony itself is relatively short and mostly consists of saying something about each of the deceased that they liked or some memory, and then committing them to the depths in the name of Umberly as their cost for passage.
It is sad.
They died as warriors. There are worse fates.
It's the risk of passaging in the sea. The wave mother takes her toll. Also those bastard sun elves too.
It's like, dear Umberly, have some corpses. Please keep the sun elves off our back. They don't even like water.
They do also bring up a live chicken and tie some like block and tackle around it, and with the bodies they chuck it in.
You're gonna drown the chicken?
Yeah.
I mean, just think of it as a very, very slow boil.
And with this sacrifice, may you be apprised of our mission and appeased of any further acts of vengeance against us. May our trip please be a safe one from here on, because this has been very eventful.
I turn and I just look at him right there in front of everyone, and I say, "What is contained in the hidden compartment near the front of the ship? I did not open it out of respect, but considering now we may have died twice over the delivery of its contents, I feel like it is worth revealing."
What hidden compartment?
I say to him in Thieves' Cant exactly where it is.
You will have lost a temporary HP at the start of the day 2 days ago, so you'll have forgotten Thieves' Cant. It'll be very strange. You'll look at the runes and be like, I remember what they say, but I can't read them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But you can just, you look at him and he's like, you know there's a compartment. You don't need to make insights or anything. You know he's lying. So he's just like,
It's spice from the Silk Concordat. It was a pretty penny.
I just turn and I look at Perrin and I just say, "The spice trade is of no concern of mine, but is it potentially going to be a problem for us on either side of this journey?"
I guess I make a history, or not a history, some kind of check. I'll make a check.
I ask Temper too, because she knows what's up.
history.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm pretty good at history. If it's a history check.
Do it.
Yeah.
You know about street pharmacy arena? Go for it.
Yeah.
Natural 20.
Oh.
I know
Hey.
things. I drink
15.
and I know
Dang,
things.
natural 20.
This is a little bit more niche, so Renu might know some of this, but only the outlines, but like, you probably wrote a paper on this. It actually probably is just a spice. Spice is quite valuable because it can only be grown in certain areas and then harvested. And the Sword Concordat tends to export a lot of spice. It would be a place that's, I guess if you had to come up with like a modern equivalent, it would be like India. That's kind of the climate there, and they do export a lot of spice and so on. And if you have a compartment that's actually loaded just with solid spice, like that could sell for several hundred, if not more, gold.
Oh, you do well for yourself, Captain.
Temper's
Well,
got
exactly.
got a new boo.
I put all my money into that, and I need to find someone to sell it to. I probably won't be selling it to people up in Andora, but next time I go back to Vahir Ras, or possibly somewhere on the coast of the Marin Empire, hopefully turn a profit.
Do the Sun Elves care about spice or money?
No, they care about these bastards.
I got the feeling they were relatively single-minded towards keeping people off their water and also stealing souls. If there's anything they want from us, it's probably our souls.
That's probably the fact that we're in their territory. Well,
And yeah,
they
that.
claim it's their territory, but the Marin Empire claim it's their territory. It's the sea, it belongs to Umberly, and for enterprising entrepreneurs like me,
They definitely probably
enough.
think that we are worshipping false gods.
I'm like, to see him say that to my god's face. What about you, Perrin?
I think they don't like any gods, or they've got their own.
Rena nods. Rena doesn't say anything. She's not
news
going to tell
is-
everybody what the stone said to her. At least not with him listening.
Good news is, we should be in port in about 3 days. Perrin, you fancy a job?
Well, it depends on what the job is and whether I'm any good at it.
Navigating
I can do
for
that.
entrepreneurial, enterprising, free-spirited merchant ship.
Yep, I think I can make that work.
Okay, well, when we drop these suckers off, you come with me, and we'll make some money.
You're thinking after our arrival in Andora?
I mean, when this contract
Andorra?
is done, if you want to leave these suckers behind, no offense to the suckers.
Yeah, we're all standing here.
Temper. I look at you.
We're-
I look at
We're
Perrin.
we're a team. I mean, maybe down the line it'll come up.
I'll consider that an open invitation until I find a more safe line of work that doesn't involve pissing off an entire elven nation of assholes.
When it comes to the long term, I've got other plans in mind, but for now I can navigate.
I mean, we're pretty much past the dangerous point.
Good.
Get some sleep. Yeah, just being crushed and your ribs did not look good.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure. I think like I poke one, I'm like, I think this one's the wrong way around. That's not.
Yep, and like you're still covered in like dried blood and.
Like, I'm at full health, but I wasn't a minute ago.
Yeah, it's like a bit tender, but surprisingly, you're okay.
Okay, good night.
Nah.
All right, anyone want to do anything, or are you ready to just go into port?
I mean, I make my good berries, yeah, and then otherwise just do what we're, keep an eye on things, take it easy till we get there.
Okay.
Although, to be clear, is this the city that we are to do this favor in, or do we need to depart here and go to another location?
No, we're dropping you directly at Andora, which is where you said you wanted to go.
How long will you be anchored in the harbor? Because we do need to return to our original location.
A week. We're gonna take a few days leave, take a few days to trade some goods, sell the goods off that we were told to bring and already chartered for, and then make our way away. Let us know if you need longer and we'll consider it. You did us a favor, and you did a good job. I don't think we'd have survived that attack without you. And it would be more than just 2 bodies for the Wave Mother.
You are a skilled captain. A credit to your vessel. The Achillean is a good ship with a good crew.
Arena will play that evening, play like a song on the kalimba and a song in memory of the peeps that got taken.
Y'all have very much impressed everyone on this ship. So as you're kind of pulling into the last legs, they do definitely like shower you with the number of tiny trinkets that they have.
I like tiny trinkets.
It effectively amounts to like a couple of bottles of dodgy spirits, a few meager rations, and probably about 4 gold in money. The sailors aren't wealthy.
Should we share that out, or should I just mark 4?
You can mark 4. It's fine. And then 2 bottles of spirits.
Poor quality spirits, sadly, but
Poor
Um,
spirit.
You definitely could get in contact with Captain Frostbrook and the Achillean in future, and he would be well disposed towards doing business with you. But as you round the bend, pulling into the narrow fjord which leads to the Crystal Temple and Andora, you notice a bright light shining on the horizon, roughly where you're headed.
Pretty.
And as you try and cover your eyes and see, what you see is a massive temple made of shards of what appear at first to maybe be glass, but then you realize they're actually ice. Slightly blue, refracting light all around you. A spray of colors given off by it. The thing is pretty large, and each thing seems to be made of spirals of ice carved into different shapes. And the entire thing looks kind of like this just giant crystalline growth in several parts, and in the center, a huge dome of multifaceted, almost like a dodecahedron of some kind, with multiple different faces, all of which are polished smooth. The rest of the town around it, the same cannot be said for. It has seen better days. You do see sections of it which are old, but the town itself maybe houses 1,000 people now. Half of it being of newer construction, and half of it being older buildings repurposed or abandoned. The docks have one other boat, a smaller boat that could probably maybe go 50 miles from here at best, just a fishing boat. And there are a couple of smaller punts nearby, which can maybe just go offshore. The docks are not particularly crowded, and it's getting towards the end of the day. However, on the dock as you head towards it is one figure very noticeable. A woman with almost snow white skin. Hair long and crystalline, almost transparent in nature, glimmering as you see the light play off it. Cloak with a thick fur mantle and a long white drop behind her.
Ilsa.
Wearing apparently chain. And as you approach, she calls out to the ship in common. Are you the ones that he was expecting from the hill or us?
If that's the voice from the stone, I hurl a javelin.
It appears not to be.
This is that scene right at the beginning of the war in 300 when the diplomat is standing there talking and you just see the Spartans and the one spear.
I'll call out. Yep, that's us.
No.
Nadine Storms.
Here's it.
And she nudges him and is because I can't reach his mouth. And she's like, who wants to know?
She looks a
We're
little
going
bit
to be
taken
living
aback
here a
suddenly.
while, potentially.
My name is Storm's sister, Cori Quilla, of the Crystalline Temple and the Church of Lady Oral.
Oh, of course.
Are you the people I'm expecting?
As far as we're aware,
Right.
we weren't really told much about what we'd encounter here.
And how did word reach you so quickly?
We have a stone that's able to send messages over quite a long distance. It's how we order deliveries and contact the mainland.
As we pull into the port, it's I turn and I look at the captain in Freedom and Independence and just sort of salute and then just turn nothing, zero sentiment.
Yeah, he makes the sign of the wave, mother, and the two Warforged both stand up straight to attention and stand next to the gangplank as they deploy it to see you off.
Arena hugs everybody.
You hug everyone's leg.
All of the crewmates.
Each leg individually. The woman continues to talk to Perrin. We didn't expect you for another few days. You've made awfully good time.
We didn't want to linger too long in Sun Elf waters.
Understandable. We've got a bit of a problem.
Oh, already?
Yes.
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 We were told that there would be a problem, not that there was already a problem.
Well, it needs your attention immediately if you're as capable as I assume you are.
Well, what is the problem?
The Winter Wolf, guardian of our town, has unfortunately given in to madness and has started attacking those who take the pilgrimage out of town to lay their favors for the guardian.
Oh, is that all?
Is this an actual magical wolf or like an honorific title?
Yes.
Both. Both is good.
Okay.
It's been killing everyone that goes. And we cannot wait any longer, and it might kill more. It might start to think that maybe the taste of humanoid flesh should lead it to the city.
This
When
is
did
some
it start?
distance.
Oh, go ahead.
I would say this is some distance to bring in cell swords to defeat one simple wolf.
Probably not a simple wolf.
It might be more complicated than that, but it is the guardian spirit of this town.
When did the madness start?
What? Sorry?
When did the madness start?
Best as we can tell, about 3 days ago.
Do you know what caused it?
No, but you should always be careful when working with spirits that are so majestic, such as winter wolves. They are... They are never fully sated. If you want to, anyone can make a roll for knowledge on winter wolves, which will be a nature roll.
Sure. I'm not. I know some stuff about nature.
21.
I am a forest gnome.
I
9.
know things.
11.
11,
I
21.
know things.
Yes, you temper knows
Natural
things.
one.
Oh
Natural
no!
Jan's
Everyone
never
knows there
heard.
are no wolves this far north. This seems like a trick.
Wolves only live in deserts. What are you talking about?
I'm like, excuse me, ma'am. I am a wolf. I believe I can speak to this with some authority.
I would like to speak to your wolf manager.
Exactly. I start Warford splaining to this poor woman. Wolf splaining.
Wolf splaining.
Lauren's the only one who would have heard of them. So, Temper, you actually, with a 21, will know quite a chunk. Winter wolves originally were companions of ice giants and other giants who dwelt in the Nordic areas. From that, they were gifted or gained a level of sentience beyond most other beasts. They actually are able to speak and understand some languages.
Ooh.
And quite often that's common and giant, just because they were originally brought up around giant and common.
Mhm.
But mostly with the giants having had a bit of a war with dragons a while back, there are less now. And the winter wolves that survived ended up branching out. Some of them becoming like the leaders of huge packs, like packs spanning countries. Some of them becoming kind of like the protectors of small towns and enclaves and basically doing protection gigs. Several of them have ended up after that just
Can we
kind
do a
of
side mission if someone's out with like just a wolf pack?
you all play wolves,
Yeah.
just different wolves. Someone's actually just a druid pretending to be a wolf.
Yeah. Yes.
I don't know what you're talking
Figure out
about.
which one is. But over time, they have been divested of their original giant origins. Although giants probably still use them in some regard, most of them are just effectively very intelligent, powerful wolves, more powerful than dire wolves. You would also know they have a powerful breath weapon, which does cold damage.
Oh, has it been turning people into icicles?
Yes, and then eating them.
Oh.
As far as we can tell, none of us
It's
have
like a
got close enough to
popsicle.
really take a proper look. They don't go pop.
I don't say that in character.
It would be good if you could make all best time on this. I'll arrange for lodgings for you after you're back, but we need you to go ASAP. This is concerning.
What would be the ideal outcome? They're intelligent creatures.
Kill it.
And it seems to have
It's-
protected you in the past.
Well, now it's not protecting us, and now it's causing a problem.
Well, what if we can figure out what is causing it to go mad and stop it first?
That would be... Maybe. Don't take any risks. You're better off killing it rather than anything else.
You turn so quickly against your own protector. Perhaps it has detected some corruption in your town.
Shots fired.
That would be worrying. Once you're back, we'll talk about that then. But we would have known if there was anything going on in this town. There's only a few people. Less than 1,000 left.
This is not my strength, but can
We
I
would like to
insight
talk
check?
to
Yeah, I
Push
would
it.
like to insight
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, you're sure.
Yeah.
Oh my
Natural
god, you...
one from
Another
Dave?
natural
Oh my
one.
God.
Two natural ones in a row.
Now I'm
Dang.
convinced it is. It's like going to pull her math face off like Scooby Doo. Like she's the wolf. Duh. This was after I said such nice things about the Roll20 RNG too.
Yeah. Gatton, she seems to be telling the truth. Temper, she seems to be telling the truth. Arena, she seems to be telling the truth. Perrin, she seems to be maybe telling the truth, but she's hard to read on some aspects. The one part that would surprise you is that she's pretty quick on the draw to just be like, sort this problem as soon as possible, kill the wolf. Like, we need to sort everything else later. Like, she is in a hurry for some reason.
Maybe ask her why she's in a hurry to get rid of it.
I think she's in a hurry because it's murdering people.
Oh, yeah, I suppose so.
It would be good to find out what set it off in the first place, in case. I mean, otherwise, if you get another
Rats.
guardian wolf, it might just also
It
go
might
mad.
be contagious.
That is true. We do have several trained polar bears that help guard the temple. It would be awkward if that spread to them. They're already in the
For
town.
bears! I'm so excited.
I would like to.
if-
I would like to see these polar bears.
Me too.
Very
Yeah, do you
well.
think- yeah.
We can walk past the temple. I will show you the map.
Yes,
Mhm.
eyes everywhere.
I
Hey,
would like to
Watch
talk
for
to
signs
polar
of
bears
deceit.
and see this magical temple.
and
Uh,
I would like to see the polar bears to gain access to wild shaping into a polar bear. And
Yes.
This is perfect for getting just being like, what's here? What's this?
what's
We're gonna
this?
be going
What's this? Yeah.
towards the edge of town, and it is past the temple. I'd be happy to show you the polar bears. We don't have time to go into the temple right now, but when you come back, I'd be happy to show you around.
Well, my religion kind of, I mean, I know it's not like from my God or anything, but I do like to pray when I touch land, you know? It's like a thanks for not drowning me. Whatever God
Okay.
watches over this
Well, while
part.
they're looking at the polar bears, you can happily touch the ground in the courtyard.
Are we on top of the temple?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very well. This way
Roll out.
leads you into
Rena's
the
like
town.
pulling out her notebook, writing stuff.
So as you walk in, you notice that there are 4 distinct districts around the central temple, which is there. The first is Temple Quarter, which is the older buildings. They've been either abandoned or rebuilt or repaired. Very much patchwork, but they're good foundations, so they still stand. White Alley is newer. It's replacement and shoddily done at that, but it's a lot of like fur and thatch buildings, that sort of stuff. Crystal Song is a slightly better quality of building. It seems to be people who probably have enough money to come here and have like a second home near the temple for some reason. And the docks are ramshackle and makeshift. A lot of fishing.
Do we see people as we walk through? Are there people out? How do they look? They look like normal.
Make an insight check.
Okay, I'll try.
Yeah, me too.
Also,
Okay.
while she's inciting, I know we're north, but how north are we? Like, do we need to deploy our cold weather
Dang,
gear,
girl.
or
You need to deploy a cold weather gear. You're
Okay.
cold. This is equivalent of
Right.
being like mid Greenland.
Okay.
That was a natural 20.
Yeah.
Tempo with a natural 20. Looking around, the people look weathered. These are descendants of raiders and plunderers who worshipped Oral and have stayed here despite all the push factors of leaving.
Mm-hmm.
The ones who stayed are either those poor enough that they can't make their way over, or those who are tough enough that they haven't cared. And they do fall into two pretty distinct categories. You notice some people who walk around are pretty strong, hefty, people who've probably been tough enough to gain some money in some sort of employment, maybe get into a tower on the mainland before coming back, and those who are poor and destitute enough that they couldn't ever leave, but probably are just involved in the local, like, fur, fishing, sort of local industries that still exist around here.
Is there any kind of, like, pervasive aura hanging over anyone, or is everybody just going about their day?
You do notice a group of 12 people in a tavern nearby, as you can see through one of the windows in. They appear to be properly, like, trained soldiers. Not very veteran, but they all seem to have, like, similar equipment, armor and arms. They don't seem to have anything hanging over them, but they are noticeable in that they are distinct from the locals.
But it's not full shadows over Innsmouth windows slamming and shut.
But
just
like,
checking.
it's quite the opposite, to be honest. Like, with your motley crew, those people who notice you definitely do stare and watch. It's also kind of like you're outsiders, so there's a little bit of that reserved stare, but they are watching you. Like a pink tiefling especially,
Just
but
like
also
I'm
a
watching
walking
them.
warforged, forest gnome,
Symbiotic watching.
I wink at the soldiers as we walk by.
Oh, hey, you come back later?
If you're lucky.
I love Temper.
Well, fuck. Considering my roast today. But as you're brought up the main street towards the temple, as you get very close, it's almost blinding. Like the way that the light is reflecting off different facets and just scattering light around. It is beautiful. The light being split up into so many different colors, the refraction around you, and the way it's sculpted. As you get closer, you notice that there are multiple places around it where there's like hedges just made of sculpted snow, bits of topiary that is, again, sculpted snow. There are ice statues in the courtyard. Do you run up to one of the ice statues, Arena, and like
yes,
look
and
at
I
it?
lick it. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, good. As you run up to it,
I don't
make me a
like-
perception roll.
Ooh, okay. She's definitely like excited and like looking at everything, as Arena always
You
is.
run up to this statue of like a woman pouring water, and the water has obviously, it's frozen, but it's still like midstream frozen.
19, by the way.
And so with a 19, as you run up to it and you like, oh, and you look really closely, you see that It's a
is
really
it
good
really
statue.
a person? Is it like
there's a person inside who's been frozen in place.
Yeah, I had a feeling. Arena gets really excited and then she goes up to it and then she's like, she looks around.
And you notice that there are several statues all around, and each one of them has a person inside.
I'm going
This
to
is the
back
part
up.
where the
Religion roll
friendly
real quick.
music gives way to like really creepy,
I'm
unsettling
gonna back
music.
up and like
If you
kind of
want.
like get close to one of my companions and whisper quietly.
Come here.
Yeah, quietly whisper.
I'm suspicious AF.
Make a religion roll if whenever you want.
Okay. I whispered to them
Religion?
and I let you all know what I see. Like,
Oh, that's not what I
I
expected.
don't-
21.
I don't think this is these are sculpture. These
What
are-
is it that we're?
there's
What is it
real-
that?
there's
Knowledge
real
of oral
people.
and the church and the clergy and that sort of general outlook.
Are we? Sorry,
ooh,
I
21, Perrin,
I-
twinsies.
I lagged there for a second. Sorry. Are we? Can I see the polar bears where we are?
Not yet.
Okay.
You've just been
all
led
right.
around the side.
I'm gonna sit this one out because I think they seem to have the religion thing in hand.
Yeah, they got it.
Tampa, Auril isn't one of the main tower gods, and so is less revered these days. It's actually probably very rare to people to talk about the older gods. Both Arena and Perrin, though, you've maybe come across mentions of Auril as being a god that was worshipped pre the Cataclysm and even pre the Age of Technology. Because during the Age of Technology, people feared the winter a lot less. People were less dependent on winter's damaging agriculture.
I just make you a heater.
Exposure. Yeah.
I do have a giant heatsink panel.
It's not a heatsink panel. It's not a sink. It's genuinely an actual heater. It's designed just to heat things. Like it is. If you get it working, it would do stuff. But yeah, that's one of the things, right? People became a lot less scared of the winter during the beginning of the Age of Technology. And because of that, Auril became less venerated and so became less powerful. And then after the Cataclysm, when the towers were built, Auril wasn't a powerful deity, wasn't involved in the building of the towers, and the divine ban was made stronger. The gods had less impact on the world. Auril kind of fell by the wayside. There are people who still worship some of the old gods, including Auril, but not many. Most people who come this way are probably people to see the temple itself for its architectural glory or its history rather than to actually worship. But the references you know of Auril is the evil queen of winter, or at least did have control of the mantle of winter until the Raven Queen, because Auril wasn't apparently powerful enough to continue maintaining that mantle. So she is considered evil, but in a harsh way. You would probably know that a lot of the rites of introduction to the clergy and so on involve surviving harsh environments, exposure to cold temperatures, and it's possible that this is a punishment for people who have transgressed in the town, or maybe people who tried to join the clergy and failed.
Ooh,
Gross.
gross.
Everyone around town seems to be treating them regularly, like they're walking past them. There's just another bit of the scenery.
It's just like, we're gonna freeze you in this statue. If you're still alive in 10 minutes, we take you out of the statue.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah, I just kind of whisper and
Make sure to stand in a nice appealing pose so that if you do die, you will look nice on the lawn.
I over exaggerate how the story of it. To make it
So
worse
does
than
Perrin. They work together.
Oh yeah, we work together. We just make it even more worse, and we just keep
Okay.
piling on.
Also, with the 21, you'll know that at one point Shah impersonated Auril for a while, post-Cataclysm, and people thought that Auril was actually back in a powerful god, but it turned out it was just Shah. So,
Just having a
that
bit of
matters.
fun.
Basically, kind of, yeah. But as you're led round the front, you notice that there is a wide flight of stairs, all ice, which probably doesn't look particularly easy to walk up. And at the top, chained to the front of the building, are two huge white polar bears, both with dark coal eyes.
What was this person's name again? Sister.
This person is Storm Sister Corey Quilla.
Corey.
Alright.
I'm gonna bust out speak with animals as a ritual, right there in front of the polar bears. They're just and just start.
She looks at you as you start your 10-minute ritual, well, I guess that would give you your time to prey on land.
I just minor illusion in front of him, a polar bear.
Why are they chained to the doors?
Because people have a habit sometimes of trying to pet them.
That sounds like bullshit. I say out of character. So do people just not go in the temple, or do they go through another entrance when they want to go inside? Because they're
People
just
are allowed in the temple when they're vouched for by a member of the Church of Auril.
Cool.
There'll be time for sightseeing later.
Yeah, it's just so fascinating.
Right. Well, if you want to do your prayers.
Yes.
I'll wait for your friend to finish whatever it is he's doing.
Emperor's going to pray.
Where did you get these bears
She watches
from?
you closely.
Yeah, I'm
They're
very attractive.
wild
Of
around
course she
here.
does.
Our clergy also contains a number of druids.
So are these bears druids?
No, they adopted them and brought them here
To chain them up.
to serve.
But
They're still bears. They still need to eat, and they will kill. And they're dangerous, and that's why they're on guard.
It's effective.
Arena doesn't agree with chaining up the bears.
No.
Evil god. Yep. You finish your ritual again.
He's not a fan of the bears, and I just kind of like hold one of Pietro's hands. Like I hold his hand. Like, and I whisper, and I'm like,
we would never do that to you, Pietro.
When my animal friendship is done, I just look up and say, "Hello, friends. We have been tasked with locating and destroying the wolf protector of this village. Do you all know this creature?"
Let me check how intelligent these are.
Bears.
I don't
Ah,
know.
bears.
Yeah.
Are bears is?
Yeah.
I don't know how intelligent.
I mean, but I feel like these aren't just like bears, are they?
Are they?
They're like special bears. I mean, they're
Well-
smart enough to be trained, so.
They are int 2.
Yeah, they're less intelligent.
Oh. While napping, what did you want to know?
Have you all detected anything evil or corrupt recently?
Had some dodgy meat the other week. It was very corrupt.
Where did this meat come from?
One of the broken statues.
I point towards the frozen people and I'm like, those.
No, one like that, but broken.
Are you happy with your current state? Do you enjoy being temple guardians?
It's okay. Get all the food we want. It's better than being preyed on by that.
What could prey on a creature as magnificent as you?
Make a persuasion roll.
Aw.
Love this. I love this.
Pending how this goes, I might just like bust out animal friendship to tell you the truth, but let's see.
Nat-
Dang!
20.
Yes!
Nailed
I just
Bear
kind of
friends!
I just unconsciously wild shape into honey bear. I'm like,
Yay!
you know,
I
Yeah.
am majestic. Oh, hey. Well, this big wolf stopped eating people a long time ago. It's been eating, us. And leads a small pack as well. People bring it food and offerings and started eating my kin. Maybe I should take it on. Maybe after having a nap.
we have been sent here to take it on. Do you believe this creature should be destroyed?
Yeah, definitely destroy it. It's an asshole. Killed my uncle
Hmm.
and my granduncle. My
Anything else?
great-grandmother.
I'm a grand.
Anything else we should know about the forest before we depart?
The route there is a bit of a treacherous one. You've got to make sure you're wearing, proper clothing, like me.
Just pelt is just
Hmm.
beautiful
Yeah.
white.
Clearly.
Oh, I gotta wear winter clothes next time. Cause
That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
We're saying we got to deploy our winter
Snow.
clothes. It's cold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I meant for like
Um,
cosplay.
It's
No, it's
also
too
got,
hot.
its breath brings death, even to those who are adequately equipped for the cold. Turns them into icicles and then...
Is that where these ones came from?
Oh, they do that.
Hmm.
And then provide us with them when they break or people vandalize them or they're done with them.
I go through my. I didn't get to forage for about a week, but what I might have, especially if I've got like a squirrel or anything, and I just like I come from far to the south. I would present these small offerings, and then both bears like jerky or whatever.
So, it's a good entree.
And I just stand up and I just say, "We will avenge your families. I will speak with you again soon."
I mean, I'd come with you, but I've got important guarding to do.
No, yes, definitely. Again, one as majestic as you should not get your paws dirty with the small things. I don't tell them what it said to me while this priestess is around, just in case. But the moment I kind of am like out of earshot of her, I do
As
tell
you
them.
turn away from it, it's
Mhm.
like,
Yeah, I'm majestic.
it lies on its back and then starts like licking in between its legs.
I mean,
Fresh.
again, majestic.
Majestic.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Temper finishes her weird fake prayer thing that just involves a lot of triangle symbols. Probably nothing.
I want to ride a polar
What
bear. into
ritual are you
battle.
doing?
I'm praying.
Sure you are.
I pray to my God.
Is she
I want
actually
to ride a
praying?
polar bear into battle.
So,
Can I see what she's doing? Can I tell if she's actually just praying or what she's doing?
It's mostly BS, but it's like
I want insight
rooted
check.
in
Religion roll.
something.
Okay. What'd you say?
It's just a
make
generic
a religion roll.
religiousness.
Because like
A religion.
insight, she's doing something weird. It's
Yeah.
obvious. But like
Okay.
religion roll, you can be like, that's not any praying I know of.
11.
I mean, it could be praying you don't know of.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm watching curiously.
It's based in something, but she's like she's not actually religious, so
Okay.
but it's based in something.
curious.
So, if you want to have a look around the temple, I'll be happy to do that when you get back. But you should make your way now. I'm hesitant to wait any longer, other than talking to the guardians of the steps.
All
Did you
right.
get anything useful? I didn't get your name.
His name is Gaten. That's what we call
Gaten.
him.
Interesting.
We are prepared to depart. Your
Okay.
bears are happy to guard the temple.
Good to know. They are both, they haven't known much else. They were brought here when they were young.
They enjoy being called majestic.
Right. They are quite majestic.
I would agree.
There are bigger things out there.
There always are.
How big is this wolf that you're talking about? Is it like 2 sizes of doors? Or like 3?
Are much bigger.
Okay. That's a big wolf.
I can tell you right now that it is the top end of large.
Yeah.
Okay, so not
I
gargantuan.
try to gesture with my body and like can't do it.
Like from not from the end of the tail, but from like the end of its like torso to the snout. It's a good 10, 11 feet normally.
Okay,
It's terrifying.
Big.
that sounds terrifying. Okay.
There's more than one. We're in trouble.
I put on some more of my cold armor because it's cold.
Yep, same. Winter clothes deployed.
Mm-hmm. Do we have to go back through town to get to where we're going?
No, I was leading you to the road out
Oh,
of town.
right.
It's on the way.
Just the polar bears are on the way. Got it.
Yes, you seemed like you wanted to talk to them quite a lot.
Well, it is helpful to get to know people before we go off into the danger.
Animals are very perceptive.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I will pay you quite well for your, Oh, you suddenly realizes, like, your adventures. Let me see. Here is danger pay. Hands you 50 gold each.
Ooh, this is gonna be
Nice.
super danger. If she's handing us 50
Also
gold
really
each.
bad sign.
Yeah. Okay, I will add 50 gold to my sheet.
Mm-hmm.
That's like a health potion.
Yep.
She walks you up the road, and as you get to the edge of town, indicates it is up that trail. And then when you get to some of the standing stones, turn right and follow it up the hill and then over into the depression at the bottom of the mountains.
I have one more question.
You seem full of them. Feel
Yes,
free.
I do like to ask a lot of questions. I think it's better to know answers than to go in with no answers.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm sure that you've probably sent others to fight this creature, right?
No one in town is quite as experienced.
So you've sent no one.
Not even those handsome soldiers we passed?
They are insurance.
Oh, in case it comes to the town.
If I can answer any more questions to help you, I will of course do so.
There, guards against your guardian. Does it have a name?
It does. Do any of you speak giant?
We had a friend once, but he is no longer here.
He's not dead or anything. He's just on another quest.
We do not know that he is not dead.
Well, that's true. But the last time we saw him, he was alive. We'd like to imagine that he's still alive, Captain.
You do have a vivid imagination. Either way, what is the creature's name?
It translates in the common tongue as Ice Thang.
Ice Fang.
I ask what it is in giant. Even if we don't speak it, it doesn't mean we're not capable of like vocalizing it. You know?
Yep.
You don't. I mean, you don't have to sound it out. I won't put you on the spot, but it's just like she tells us the name in giant.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
It would be Issy.
Kicks a bang. See me. Boop.
You can just paste it into
Something
like chat.
Issy tenor. But it's like you have to emphasize the consonants really hard. But it translates roughly from Issy tenor.
Where are the people who've been traveling? Have they all been pilgrims, like clergy?
People from the town go and leave offerings to assuage the wolf and to get protection over the town. It has killed, we guess, north of 10 people.
So no one has fought it, so you don't know anything about its combat capabilities?
It is a powerful creature. It can surprise you with its attacks, and it is smarter than you would expect for a beast.
Alright then.
I like climb up on top of Pietro. Or Gatton, whichever.
No, it's you can ride in style now. Like you got your choice of conveyances.
Okay.
and head out.
You head out. It's slow going.
Do we leave the lady behind at that point then?
Yeah, she leaves at the edge of town.
Yeah, once we leave her
Okay,
behind,
well,
I tell them like everything. The dodgy meat, it used to kill polar bears, but now it doesn't. They used to bring it offerings,
I
all
also
of
tell
it.
them all what was said in the stone.
I just, as soon as we're
But
out
I
of earshot,
exaggerate.
I'm like,
I exaggerate like drastically what was said in it, like they're gonna come murder everybody.
as soon
That's
as we're
not
out of
much.
earshot, I'm like, she's up to something. There's something she's not telling us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
We should try and talk to this wolf if it's at all possible.
Yes. Well, we might have some options now. Theoretically, if I present myself as a polar bear, I might draw it out, or as a wolf, perhaps I could communicate with it.
Were you telling the truth when you said that the polar bears were happy? Because I don't think it's very nice to chain up the polar bears.
They are safe and well fed. It is not the worst existence.
Maybe we can convince them that the polar bears will stay if they just take the chains off too.
I was fully prepared to free them. They did not seem disturbed by their state.
I
If
mean,
all they've ever known is chains, then they don't know what they're missing.
but they would
Mm.
be
It's a
better.
polar bear, by the way. Polar bear is a CR2.
Oh, this kind of polar bear? Oh yeah. Well, even like I know like chunky polar bears are, but even like normal polar bears are CR2.
Yeah, normal polar
Okay.
bear is a CR2.
No, don't get me wrong. I very much was filing this away in the records for like the future. The same
Oh,
way I've
yeah.
already seen a water elemental now. But
Ooh.
yeah, okay. Yeah, I just keep making my way through. I'm not gonna. I do point out that even though they were babies, they were aware of the fact that these wolves had eaten their family, so they know something. I mean, perhaps they can simply hear the howls and communications of their own kind. They did seem informed on their relative state of things. I detected no deception.
Are there any soldiers here on the edge of town? Like walking around or?
No.
And they didn't really look local.
No.
Hmm.
Their heavy clothing was not that heavy. Like, it's probably okay for town, but if you're going to go out of town, it probably wasn't heavy enough.
I want to ask them what they've noticed, but
You could sneak back into town.
I could sneak back into town. If it wouldn't take too long, I think that might be a good investment.
Did you propose that to
I
everyone?
mean,
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I would better know something. What is we're going to be up against than to not.
we have the opportunity to be as prepared as possible for this. We should take it.
Also, I think there's something really weird going on in this town. Those statues were real people.
I agree. I had simply intended to ask the Guardian.
That's a good option too.
It doesn't mean we should not ask the standard guards as well.
Also, maybe we can keep a lookout for this broken one that you are talking about.
Yes, apparently it was fed to the polar bears and made them ill.
Hmm.
I mean, that's probably just what happens when you eat a corpse that's been frozen for potentially centuries.
Was it the only one that ever made them sick?
I asked. They did say it was different than those frozen statues. Although they were forthcoming, there are limitations to their intelligence.
Hmm.
Perhaps there was one that had gone bad in some way that affected the wolf, and that had also eaten some of it.
Perhaps, although it did not seem to have affected the polar bears in a similar way. It is worth asking.
Maybe they did not eat as much. Maybe this big wolf ate more of it than them. Or just sometimes, like certain people can eat more gross things than others.
Although your oracle said there was a problem here, and yet this woman was expecting us. If he notified her of our approach, perhaps that is his way of saying she is not the problem.
Maybe. So are we going to sneak back in?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Works for me. Well, I
would
mean,
like
I
sneak
can't
back
sneak,
in.
but
I can sneak.
Yeah. I have
Okay.
a plan
Well,
of attack.
I'm supposed to be able to sneak. Whether
Buy
I
them
actually am
drinks.
good at it.
Flirt
I-
with them. Get the info. Get
Oh,
out.
are we gonna do like a ladies?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
I can sneak, but I'm not gonna. I'm gonna stay with Perrin here on the edge
Well,
of town
maybe Perrin
in
and
case
Gatton
the
can
wolf
scout,
attacks.
like
Yeah.
like scout the wolf stuff while we do the other thing. That could be fun.
Okay.
we can tentatively explore it. We won't like go super far afield, but we'll like.
Okay, so you don't
like
go
points
anywhere
and look.
near the caves where the Guardian lives, but you want to just scout around the outskirts in the
You
wild.
might be able to talk to some other creatures too. Like Gatton could maybe like go talk to some of the other creatures around and see if they've seen the wolf and whatever.
And we can look for like tracks and stuff and see if the wolf has been somewhere recently or other wolves have. Maybe work out how many other wolves there are.
Yeah.
If I were to wild shape into the dire wolf and let Perrin hop on, could we travel faster through this terrain?
Ooh.
You would travel faster because you'd have a higher movement speed, and it would also be when you get into deep snow, it's athletics rolls to be able to like keep moving fast, because otherwise it slows you down. So yes, because you're a large creature, you'd push through it more easily.
I was like outraged against the
Nice.
snow. Yeah, so that's what we'll do.
That's cool. I like that.
I think, yeah, just we have no way to communicate. Should we say we will meet back at this spot at a predetermined time?
All right.
All right.
Can I don't know. I guess this is. I'll like let you do the ruling on this, because I think obviously normally Pietro would be on my like roll initiative. Could I have Pietro go with them and follow Gatton's? Okay, cool. Then
It has its own ability to do that. It's just it will act awkwardly because it doesn't have you around, but it should be able to. I don't see a reason why not.
Okay, cool. I just want to make
Pietro
sure.
and I are
Safe,
old friends, man. I'm like, we're
that
a coordinated
said,
unit.
That said, it wouldn't be able to ride on Gatton at the same
No,
time.
it
so
would just
slow them down.
Yeah, it would just. Well, it runs
It would
40.
slow them down.
It
Yeah,
goes
but it's a
40.
medium creature going through snow as opposed to
Yeah.
a large creature which goes bounds over
Right.
the top of it.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
no,
we don't
keep
have
him-
enlarged
keep him
yet.
with you.
I think we
Yeah.
get that next level.
You could
Well,
ask him just to burrow and just stay at the edge of town and wait for you to meet up.
Yeah. Because the whole
Okay.
point is if something goes wrong here, we got to be able to beat feet. And so, well, yeah. Okay.
Gotcha.
Right, yeah,
If you
but
want,
yeah, we're
Pietro can just hang out at the edge of town. Won't be a problem for Pietro.
Mecha Pietro. Yep. And then I'll
I don't
go.
want to leave
Well,
Pietro alone.
how long? I guess however long Temper thinks she needs, and then we roll out.
How long does Temper ever think she needs with the couple of guys?
30 minutes? Max?
Okay. Plus
We'll be
sneaking
back in
time,
an. We'll be
so-
back in an hour.
Oh, yeah. Plus sneaking.
hmm
I think
Okay.
what
Well, while shape is only going to hold for an hour, we'll be back in an hour.
Perfect. That's good.
I think we can either I'll take Pietro out of Mecha Pietro and take Pietro with me, or Gatton can put him in his compartment. But I wouldn't leave Pietro in the machine.
Okay,
We're gonna leave the
yeah,
machine.
take Pietro with you might be a good idea. Like, if
Okay.
you take it with Gatton, there's still going to be cold going on.
Because
so-
technically the rules for it are like if I
It will
build
act
a
independently, yeah.
new Mecha Pietro, that like the old one just doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
That's technically
Yeah.
how the artificer rules work.
I keep imagining you go to like a tavern, and outside the front of the tavern, you just park Mecha Pietro, and as you go in, you hit a button, and it goes dip dip.
Yeah, like you. Okay, so you get to the edge of town. Gatton turns into a direwolf. Perrin gets on, and they away into the darkness, which is
We bury
because
Mecha
you need
Pietro.
you bury Mecha Pietro and like just a giant snowman.
Yeah.
And you take Perrin out. Not Perrin out. You take Pietro out, and like as you take Pietro out, like it closes up.
In a little ball.
And it just sits there. And
goes
you
ball mode.
begin to head back into town. The party's splitting up to investigate what is going on in Andora.
I like it. We're doing investigation in 2 different ways.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I wasn't expecting
Well-
it to go this way. I'm sure he's definitely not.
I mean,
Next
I'm down.
episode, Perrin and Gatton get murdered by the wolves.
And the ladies come
Correction.
save the day.
Perrin gets taken out and Gatton just joins the wolves.
That's true.
Right.
Oh my gosh, what if Perrin gets captured by the wolves and then like Gatton just becomes like one of the wolves, like undercover,
Be the wolf.
and then we come and we have to like
Be the wolf
Take
you
a
want to
look.
see in the world.
very
Mhm.
fun. Well, I guess I could just build a wolf instead. I'm just kidding.
Okay. So, with that, we're going to call it for today. Thank you all for watching. We'll be back next week. And that'll be the last Temper episode.
No.
Wow.
We'll have to see. There's also might be a thing
Don't get
happening at the
eaten
end
by
of
a
next
wolf
episode.
temper.
Oh, I will not. I refuse. I want to come. I want to
It's
come
like
back
eating you and
later.
you're like, nah, you ain't doing
No. No, I will run.
this.
Just got to be faster than someone.
Use someone else's.
I mean, you're
bait.
faster than Arena. She's at 25 feet per second.
But I'm not
Per
as
turn.
tasty. I'm like a small, like.
Wow.
You're sweet enough.
I taste like sulfur.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, with that, we'll go through the announcements again. Gonna pull them up now. Patreon posts. There are monthly recaps, NPC name posts, and free desktop wallpapers for the last ditch available on the Patreon. Plus, there is a Meg one-shot number 5 on Saturday, because we don't have VTM. We're going to be doing another major one-shot, continuing on from the last one left off. And also the Reaping Blade details out on the Patreon if you want to go check that out. All right. Let's go through everyone and find them. We'll start, of course, with our guest, Lauren. Who are you? What are you doing? Where can we find you?
Hi, I'm Lauren. I'm that salty ginger over on Twitter and half of Salty Sweet Games here on Twitch with my best friend Kiana. We play games like Hulk Cthulhu and the gayest Witcher show on Twitch. That's a fact. Some D&D and Burn Bright, the new game system, like specific to Roll20. We do that on Tuesdays. And I'm also a professional GM with Magpie Games' curated play program. So if you want to come play some Urban Shadows or Bluebeard's Bride with me, I run games like almost every week. So you can go check that out on their Twitter. That's it for me.
Gary, what about you?
Dave Walters, say words about things. I am a crazy person. Like I ran 7 games over the last 2 days, so it's just yeah. Follow me on Twitter at @BDaveWalters. 7 days a week, I'm doing something somewhere, and some stuff's been announced. Some other stuff's going to be announced soon. So yeah, #vague booking. But check it out.
You mean announcements of announcements?
Yeah, the trailers.
The best kind.
Eb, what about you?
I'm Bentham. I have a YouTube channel called Magleport Gaming because I make mistakes in life, and I play lots of Factorio on there right now because the full release just came out. So I did a stream on Friday where I messed around with the Spidertron for hours and blew lots of things up. And then on Saturday we did multiplayer with the usual Saturday multiplayer people. And then today I did a stream where I taught Fuzzy how to play the game. And I think we're
like the
making
fact
that a
you
regular
taught
thing
her
on
how to play the
Thursdays
game
now.
after playing with her on Saturday.
Well, yeah. Well, on Saturday she said I gave the options. I was like, I can blitz it and get Spidertron for you, or I can let you take the lead. She's like, blitz it. I want the Spidertron. So I did that. But then
course she
also on
does.
Thursdays
She's
I'm going to
fuzzy.
actually teach her how to play.
You can't tempt Fuzzy with spiders and then not
I know.
expect her
Giant-
to get in on the spider
Giant robot
action.
spiders with lasers and rockets. Like, what's not to love?
Mhm.
Anyway, that's what I'm up to.
Okay. Maggie, what about you other than the beard?
You like my beard?
It's great. Majestic. Magnificent even.
It's pretty sweet.
You know what? I'm here to support you in your choices.
Also, by the way, that bear is now calling itself Majestic.
Oh, yay!
I mean, my work here is done. I am just a mirror.
I love it. I love all of our animal interactions. It makes me so happy. Also, I'm a forest gnome, so I love it. I'm Margaret Crone. You can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places. That's makes sense, right? So much stuff is happening. I always let you know whenever I'm doing stuff over on my Twitter or my Facebook. I'm kind of all over the place. I do lots of stuff, so if you want to check it out, definitely go check it out. I am starting an initiative called Be Better Gamers, and it is allowing us to put a lot of resources together for people in our industry, specifically executives that run companies, because we want them to do better in order to treat people fairly and do the right things in our industry. So if you're interested in that, definitely check it out. We're putting our committees together right now, and we definitely will be putting out some more messaging in regards to that. And also, my day job is making video games. So if you want to check out the game that I'm currently working on, it is called Ashes of Creation, and we have lady dwarves with beards, and it's awesome. So definitely come check it out. Enter Elysium. Where may people find you?
You can just, I'm just everywhere. That's just, personally, I'm just everywhere. I'm rebooting the channel, doing a thing, coming Tuesday. That's it. That's all I got.
Rebooting the channel.
My YouTube's.
Oh, okay.
It's got a thing coming.
Ooh. Is this announcement of an announcement?
I can't say. I
Okay.
literally can't say. So that's just Tuesday. Things happen.
Announcement of announcement.
No, it's not announcement. It's just announcement of something.
That's an announcement of an announcement.
No, because I'm not announcing an announcement. I'm announcing something. I'm announcing something.
You're announcing that something is going to happen on Tuesday. That's announcing an announcement.
No, that's announcing an
Unless
event.
the thing that happens on Tuesday may not be an announcement.
Yeah, it's not an announcement. It's just a thing. I'm announcing a thing. It's an announcement. It's just non-specific announcement. That's the thing.
Stuff.
Oh my god. Cut out. You looking for donations or something?
Yeah, it's just loading. There we go.
Tips.
There we go.
He peeked and so cut off for the people
we got
wondering.
Finley Shards, $50. Another really fun episode. Thank you to our incredible cast and amazing GM for a fun evening of cursed items, water-based action, fine statues, and majestic polar bears. Next week, Ascension, the musical Into the Woods style to encounter the big bad wolf. They will certainly be encountering something big and bad, and it might be a wolf. It could also be in a tavern. So, Finley Shad, thank you very much for your $50. It's very greatly appreciated. But that is it from us. We're going to record an after show, and we will talk to you all soon. Bye-bye.
Over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house we go. All right, bye. Yes, parent, that's where your grandmother lives.